Hello. Hopefully everyone can hear me here. Yeah, so I thought I'd do a live stream here because I owe a whole bunch of people super chats. Starting off with Courtney, thank you for the $20 super sticker, and just to chat about what's going on here. So now I can hear my own audio, so I'm muting that. But yeah, how are people doing? It's been a little crazy. And I guess I have some news as well because I have booked flights. I'm going to be arriving on Wednesday, too late to make it into the trial for the Wednesday, but I'm going to be there for Thursday and Friday. And the most important thing I wanted to be there for is the closing arguments because to the extent that the jurors give away anything, that's going to be sort of the big thing there. So yeah, it's going to be exciting. I am a little better rested. I understand I was a little bit spicy in the last thing there. I'm seeing some discussions there about, I just popped over from Uncivil's thing. Kurt is not ungrateful, people. Kurt is very happy with all of this. So yeah, and I see Larry's about to fly out. I am envious that he can be there at this point. However, I unfortunately have to. I got some court appearances that I just can't rearrange, and that is just kind of the nature of things. Because these court appearances, if you miss them, if you there is no sort of apologizing to the court for that. You especially if you're missing any sort of serious court appearance, you had better be basically dead or in a ditch, or something's got to have been a real so there's some stuff I was able to move around and some stuff that I just can't. And on Tuesday, I've got one of the things that I just can't. So that is sort of where that is. So, all right. I'm just looking here. People are saying pick up a cheap rain poncho. That is a good tip. I will try to make sure that I've got that sorted because, I mean, if the rain hits, then that'll be exciting. But I mean, I'm gonna be there. Rain, shine, snow, locusts, whatever it is. Yeah, I'm just not gonna. I'm not gonna miss that one. All right, I'm just gonna try to adjust my camera here a little bit because I see that I am zoomed way out. So let's try to fix that. All right, and can I pan this over a little bit here? All right, now you can see me as opposed to that. So Simi, thank you for the $27.99. Hey Runkle, a few of us are wondering, are you going to watch the Calgary Flames and Edmonton Oilers play tonight? I'm actually not super big on hockey, believe it or not, but and also I'm just stupid busy. After this, I'm probably going to record a video at whatever hour that is. And because there's a bunch of things I still want to talk about this trial and the law in general. So that'll be a project for later. I'm thinking I want to do a video on solicitor-client privilege because we saw a very extensive attempt to get past that, and I'm not super happy about that. Zane, favorite moment of filming The Witcher? I'm not actually in The Witcher, but hey, if they ever need a cameo for like random Witcher who gets killed by the first monster he meets, I'm your guy. Lilith, do you know Alex Archibald from Curiosity Incorporated? I'm not sure. I know a David Archibald, but I don't know. I don't think I know Alex Archibald. So that'll be something to check out. I will probably bring the oldest, rattiest coat I own, but it's great for the rain. So yeah, there'd be nothing to gain because Depp is going to be well prepared already. He would have been well prepared, so there's nothing to gain from tricking them in that fashion. And I'm going to go through super chats here. I owe some from the 16th. So I see Becky S sent $5 saying great job, thank you. Elaine Weldon sent $70. Wow, thank you. Saying wow, way to go. To Regulator 30, thank you for the $10 super sticker. And I'll sort of get to new ones as they come in here as well. Kai, thank you for the $5, saying thank you for going. Can y'all sleep and then stream after court tomorrow? Sleep is kind of a challenge for me right now, but I'm feeling a lot better, rested, ready to go again, back into the fray. So we'll see where that goes. Nomadaman, thank you for the $2 and the great work, Runkle and Co. So somebody said, was I trying to buy a mega pint of beer or red wine at $500 a bottle? I have never drank a $500 bottle of anything. So yeah. And if I was going to drink a $500 bottle, that would be a scotch, I'm pretty sure. That's just sort of more my liking. Lindsay Antes had sent $5 on a scale of 1 to 10. How much do you think Team Amber Heard regret giving Camille 10 days to prepare for cross? Thank you guys for doing this. I'm thinking that's probably a 15, but honestly, I think that Camille was prepared as of the day of trial. So I think that that Camille was super prepared, that she was super ready to go, and they might have tried, strategically, they might have been hoping that she needed a night to get ready, and tried to sort of drop Amber Heard on her by surprise. If so, it was a terrible mistake because Camille was ready to go right out the gate. Stacy Whitworth, again, this is catching up from May 16th. Thank you for the $10 super sticker. And I'm starring super chats here as they come in, so I will get to everything. However long this takes, we're going to go. I might need at some point to take a break to feed the dogs if we keep going for a while, but I will keep going. It's MSCLRHD. I'm not sure how that's trying to pronounce or be pronounced. Thank you for the 5 British pounds. And it says mega pint of coffee and muffins fun for the morning. I appreciate that. Munchichi, thank you for the $10 super chat, saying thank you. I hope you can get some sleep. I got very little sleep during all of that, but I appreciate the sentiment. Marty Herford, thank you for the $2 super chat, saying thanks for your reporting and assessment. And Erica H sent $2 saying thanks for your hard work today. Hogue Law sent $2 saying go Ian go. Hogue is a good friend. I really appreciate that. So I appreciate the sort of encouragement there. Saitokata, thank you for the $2 British pounds, saying what, if anything, did Rob say anything to Camille? Rob didn't say anything to Camille. There's just sort of a quick moment there, just kind of as we go. So I don't think that anything was said that way, but just in case people were wondering there. Some people are asking if we're expecting a raid from Uncivil. Possibly, we'll have to see. All right, so I'm just trying to juggle things here as we go. This is all a little crazy, so I'm just trying to keep up. So hopefully people will be forgiving if I struggle, but here we go. Oh, I see somebody saying Kurt sent them, so that's a good thing. All right, carrying on here, trying to catch up here. Michelle Campos, thank you for the $20 super chat, saying your coverage was awesome. Funny Girl sent $4 saying travel fund, so that's appreciated. And G Dash had sent $2 saying thanks for going to court. I see somebody in the chat was asking where is the name Runkle from. I don't actually know for sure. I know there is a Castle Runkle in Luxembourg, so that I'm going to check out. Crystal Lopez, thank you for the $10 for the coffee energy drink fund. I may have drank a lot of energy drinks just to stay moving. Gromax, thank you for the 2 British pounds, saying you are awesome. Tell how Amber glanced at you all. Yeah, that was an interesting moment during the proceeding, because she looked right at us, and it was really hard to imagine that, because she was sort of sweeping the room and she stopped and looked right at us with this really high intensity glare. So I kind of have a feeling that she knew who we were and was not happy to see us there. Oh, well, I mean, it's an open court. It is what it is. VR4 or VR Angel, thank you for the $5, saying thank you for the coverage. And again, I'm right now catching up. I see there's more super chats coming in, so I will get to those as I can here. I'm starring those as we go. Lock Maiden, thank you for the $20, saying although sleep deprived, your determination and insight are appreciated. Yeah, I hope I was still making a lot of sense as I was going, because it's tough. Marie Z, thank you for the $5 super chat, saying please get some sleep though. Sleep is one of those things that you get when you can. That's I guess what I can say about that. Natalie McClendon, thank you for the $20 super chat, saying thank you, Runkle. You look great in the suit. Thank you. That is my favorite suit, so I'm a fan of it. I only brought one, so that was kind of the good one there. I'll probably bring the same one back, but I got to send it for some dry cleaning, I think. Ms. Jessica Robin, thank you for the £5 and the super sticker. Lisa Mao, thank you for the $2 and the thank you for all your efforts. Awesome coverage. I see CBL, thank you for the $20, saying thank you for your dedication. Please take the line holder offers. I am just going to note Nurse Liz, if you track her down on Twitter, she's got signups for line holders as well. And sign up for that because it's going to be a little hairy on the last 2 days. And I really, really, really want to make it in on that. So, yeah. To Ziling Chen, thank you for the $5 USD super sticker. Moxie Therapy sent $25. Thank you for that, saying thanks for your inside look today. Awesome job of coverage. So appreciated. Thank you very much. Courtney Green, thank you for $10 super sticker. Terry Zaleski, thank you for the $5 and saying for some well-deserved coffee. Well done. It's been a little crazy there. I see. Deviant Olaf is in the chat saying, oh, I just got to scroll back up because this thing is rolling by. Is there anything you could say about why some courtrooms and proceedings are televised, while so many others are not? Who decides and what calculus does counsel do on each side? That's kind of a one thing that a lot of people were talking about was the Ghislaine Maxwell trial not being televised. And part of that is that it's federal courts, and I understand that the U.S. federal courts do not typically televise, and also just the subject matter, because courts are probably more likely to kick out cameras if you're talking about things like, SA allegations, because, if you are addressing those sorts of things, you're probably less inclined to do so in front of a camera. That, I suspect, was one of the arguments that Amber Heard's team was making when they wanted to prevent this trial from being televised. However, because they're so famous and because this is an allegation of defamation, so it's already about public statements and so forth, that's sort of my guess as to why the court was much more willing to allow it. Here in Canada, we've got a very different rule, which is that trials are basically never televised. There was one exception that has happened in my memory, and unfortunately, it provided not a great example for future trials, because what ended up happening was the judge actually made a pretty big mistake of law in that one. And so it ended up being a little embarrassing. And I think that unfortunately will have made it less likely for future courts to televise matters. But I think that's really unfortunate, because we get a lot of trials where the media reports and what we actually see in court are very different. And that's one thing I really like about doing this kind of content, is that I can, offer my thoughts on what's going on. And so you guys can hear sort of from actual lawyers who are paying attention to things, which is different from journalists who may be relying on PR teams or on sort of a less clear understanding of the law. So, all right. And I see Matt L. Thank you for the $200 super chat, saying thanks for representing Canada on LawTube. I think that you mentioned that you're interested in SovSit topics. Meads and Meads is a huge case. I'm gonna mention Meads and Meads at some point in the yeah, I'm going to do a video on it at some point. It's really long, so it'll be a bit of an epic battle, but to get through that one. But Canada was having more and more problems with sovereign citizens, and they were clogging up the courtrooms more and more as we were going on. And so the Meads and Meads decision was basically one justice saying, listen, let's go and put, let's go through this in a lot of detail and just uh, tear down their arguments and provide a case that allows for everybody, every future court decision to refer to this. So really, Meads and Meads was the beginning of the end of a lot of the sovereign citizen tying up the court stuff. And after that, the courts have gotten much better at dealing with those in a very expeditious fashion by basically being willing to say, listen, we hear your arguments. They are ridiculous. And quite frankly, out you go. So, all right. Carrying on with some of the catch up here. Nikki, I see. Thank you for the super chat. Please make sure to hydrate and sleep. Thank you for your feedback. I was trying my best. Madam Butterfly sent in a super sticker for $3. Thank you very much. Denise from Canada said, for you and Rob to get coffee or Red Bull and muffins in the morning. Thanks for your excellent coverage. So thank you for that. I feel that lineup is actually it's pretty brutal. People are sitting out there. They're sleeping on the sidewalk. So yeah, we're trying to just make things a little lighter there. And I mean, I bought coffee and donuts for people. I think DUI guy bought pizza the one day. It's and somebody from the UK sent us pizza the one day, and that was very much appreciated just because everyone's happy. It's much more pleasant when everyone's happy and well fed. And there was some tension there. And I feel like the tension is better when it's when it's diffused a little bit by people feeling more comfortable. Jamie OC76, thank you for the $3 super sticker. Sayali Vadya, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Thank you for the $50 super sticker. That's very generous. I see people saying I'm close to 150k subs, so that's awesome too. I really did not expect that at all. Joel O'Neill, thank you for the $50 super sticker. Again, very very generous. Ashley, I see. Thank you for the $7. Get some rest, and many thanks for all you're doing. I've been trying to stay rested. It just is what it is. Melika Mursafian, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Thank you for the super chat saying take care and stay on top of that sleep hygiene. I'll tell you that my sleep hygiene had basically turned into get sleep where you can. I think it was sort of if I had a moment, I was sleeping for the moment, or else I was online streaming. It's a little crazy. Melissa Veneracion, thank you for the $20 super sticker. Very generous. Thank you very much. Bear Luna, thank you for the $5 super chat saying, do you think Amber Heard could have us kicked out for any reason? I don't think so. And frankly, the reason why I don't think so is that it's open courts. We've got as much right to be there as anyone else. And quite frankly, what we're doing is kind of media coverage. We're not sort of accredited media because the judge had issued rules as to who would be counted as accredited media, and they were very strict. I don't think they wanted a whole lot of people just coming in and saying, oh, I've got a media pass. But unless we do anything disruptive, and I've been very, very careful to follow the sheriff's directions, I've actually been going a step further and trying to make sure that the lineup, for instance, is well behaved, telling people, you gotta be chill. When we've ordered food and we've had large amounts of food, I make sure that gets cleaned up and taken to the trash so that the deputies don't have to worry anything about that. So I don't think they've got a reason to toss us. And I'm showing up in a suit and tie. I'm being respectful. I'm not wearing anything that might try to sway or influence the jurors. The judge has really been saying that that's something that they don't want to see any further, because a lot of people have been wearing those. But yeah. Larky had sent a $30 super chat saying, "Is the judge as based as she seems? Great job. I really like this judge. I think she is. I haven't agreed with every ruling she's made, but that is part of being a judge, right? That is part of judgment. I might have different judgment than you might, or another lawyer might, or anybody else. But she's been very even-handed. I haven't felt that she's been leaning on one side or the other, and I think she's been very fair. And the other thing is that it's very clear in her demeanor that she's being quite compassionate to counsel as well. Counsel is, this is rough. This is a really difficult thing when you've got that many people watching you in the trial of, this is the trial of a decade sort of thing. It's a really big deal and it's stressful. So I really like that, when she's rejecting an objection, she doesn't seem to be ever harsh or mean. She just, says like, we're not doing that. And that's what I want to see from a judge. I think, I really like this judge's work. I really have appreciated it. So Veronica Gomez had sent a $20 super sticker. Thank you for that. And I'm just trying to make sure I star everything as we go here, just to make sure nobody gets missed. Deb Hughes, thank you for the $3 super sticker. Janet Dick had said a $5 super chat saying, "Sign up to stand in line." Link on Legal Bytes Twitter. So yeah, that link is still out there for if anyone wants to sign up as line standers. I also want to mention that Janet Dick had been one of the people who stood out there. She was hoping to meet some of us. She wasn't able to do that. I'm hoping that I can manage to connect and shake her hand here, because she was out there the one day and she stood out there, and unfortunately there were a bunch of line jumpers that prevented us from getting in. So I really do appreciate what she was doing there, and she's a stand-up person. So yeah. D Coolest 333, thank you for the $5, saying thanks for going out there and getting a read on the jury. That's really why I was going out there, because ultimately the jury are who gets to make the decision. And so as much, it's really important from my perspective when I'm trying to evaluate what is likely to be there. I want to see what the jury is thinking. Jelly Beans F-150, thank you for the $5 super sticker. So Mark had sent $5 saying the suit is okay, but I'll super chat you $100 if you show up in full barrister robes tomorrow. I appreciate the offer, but I'm unlikely to do that simply because if I show up in a full barrister's robe, it would look pretty jarring if I showed up in an American courtroom. And I don't want the court to think that I'm in any way being disrespectful or playing lightly with things. So I'm not going to do that, but I appreciate the notion there. Catherine S. had sent $20 saying thank you. So thank you, Catherine. Jesse Fender had said, what about the cocaine argument? So that was the argument that some people had some people have been saying that they thought that Amber was taking a bump of cocaine on the stand. I don't think that was actually a thing. And if it was a thing, you're never going to be able to be sure enough of it to actually establish it. So Jin VR, thank you for the 10 British pounds. Not a lot, but thanks for doing this. So, well, it's very generous. So thank you. So I'm just seeing here, just trying to track something here. All right, I am going to trust you there. Vegan Lion, thank you for the $5, saying, why did it look like Rob was sitting on a chair? Rob was actually sitting up next to the back of the wall, and so that let him get a little bit of extra height. So that was a good move on his part. Michelle Jajarez, thank you for the $10 super sticker. Sydney T saying, does Amber seem to have a better connection with any of the jurors in particular that she looks to more than others? Thanks for all your hard work. I honestly didn't see a whole lot of I didn't see her making a whole lot of contact. When she was looking towards the jury, one juror met her gaze, but sort of stared back kind of what I thought was kind of defiantly, like, you don't scare me kind of thing. And the other jurors were just not interested in meeting her eyes. So I think that was, you know, I think that was sort of a thing there. I don't think that they were being super appealing to all of that, or that they were sort of buying into to what she was saying there. I see Dr. Sarah Go. I just caught that in my eyes there, saying, please say hi to my son, Jackson, who's watching too. Hi, Jackson. We're both fans and respect your integrity and your efforts. Well, thank you. I'm trying to be even handed about all of this. And I know that it's difficult, right? Because this is a very highly charged trial. But I want to make sure that what people are getting is good information rather than just information that they agree with. And I've had some moments when people said on Twitter, basically, hey, we don't like what you said. Well, I stand by everything. So Larry K, thank you for the $20, saying, Ian, word is Amber was fascinated by your flowing hair and that spectacular tie. Maybe, I doubt it. I don't think she was terribly appreciative of my presence. Iris Wildflower sent $10. Thank you for that, saying, here from Legal Bites, thank you for your dedication. KT, thank you for the $10 super sticker. Dagon3 sent $20, saying, thanks for traveling from Canada to give us some courtroom insight. Stay safe. Amber spotted you. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she did. Millsy Cooksey sent $5, saying, thank you, Runkle. Janelle Villegas, thank you very much for the generous $50, saying, very much appreciate all your sacrificing and doing for us. Thank you. Safe travels and your time there from Seattle, and sure wish we could go stay in line for you. I appreciate all of that. Somebody who's going as Elaine Bredehoft, and it's not the real Elaine Bredehoft, people. It's just somebody who's having a little bit of fun with it. Sent a $2 British pound or £2 super chat, saying, at least I'm hotter than Camille. I mean, it is what it is. So Space Cake sent £2 saying, Amica, don't heal Camille. So yeah, I mean, Camille came in and laid down some burns there. So Lori Leany, thank you for the $14 super chat, saying, plug James, please. Jimothy, so at Jimothy Online, and thank you. So check that out at Jimothy Online. I don't know what their content is, but have a look. Lori Herget, thank you for the $5 super sticker. And was it Caroline Castle? Thank you for the $5, saying, thanks for your observation on the jury. Things do not sound so good for Amber Heard. Hope you and Rob get some rest. I think she's got some. I think Amber Heard is in some real trouble in this trial. I don't see another way to read the jury there, but I could be wrong. I mean, this jury's been very careful to be poker faced, and you never know. The other thing is that there's still a whole week of trial left. And, there's a whole lot of things that can sway that. Maybe they've got some really big reveal that we're just waiting to see. So can't say what's going to happen, but I can say where I think things are right now. So Rebecca, thank you for the $5 super sticker. Jenny Chow, thank you for the $20 super chat. It just says super chat, so I'm not sure what was going on there. So NM, thank you for the £2, saying, did you know camera spanned and showed you in court? That happened a few times. Lots of people were sort of mentioning that. Edward Kerwin, thank you for the $75 there. And the looking forward to your presence in court. I'm looking forward to being there. Hopefully I don't run into any trouble at the border or anything like that. And we shall, you can never make guarantees. Breathing in Spirit, thank you for the $10 super sticker. Amanda B sent $5. Thank you for that, saying, we Canadians love watching your critique with perpetual kindness. You do us proud, Ian. I think that's kind of an important thing, is that, you got to be fair to people. And, lots of people out there have been wanting to be harsh on Elaine. There's some things she's done that I don't like, but I think she's a better lawyer than a lot of people are giving her credit for. I'm going to say that just right out there. I think Rottenborn is a better lawyer than people have been giving him credit for. I think, So that is what it is. And just as a bit of an indication of sort of how weird things have been, how explosive things have been, Lock Maiden, thank you for the $10 super chat saying congratulations on 75K. Yeah, I don't know what to say about all of this, but yeah. Lori Leaney sent $14 saying, if people help sit in line, how can they contact you? Anyone local that can help. Also, please plug James from last night, Twitter at Jimothy Online. Please get some sleep. So if you look for Nurse Liz on Twitter, get in touch with her. She's able to coordinate that. She's working on that, so get in touch with her. Mary Onimus, thank you for the $10 USD saying for some speed or sleeping pills. I'm not going to be doing either. It's just going to be lots of caffeine because, yeah. KTB, can Amber hear sidebars from the stand? I don't think so. What you guys may not, I mean, when you're watching at home, they just silence it. But what's actually happening in the courtroom is they just blast white noise. And so when you see the lawyers kind of leaning into the bench to hear it, I'm pretty sure it's because they're actually having trouble hearing. It's really quite effective at blocking out all sounds. So I actually think it's pretty cool. I'd love to see them install those noise machines here where I am. They're really kind of an interesting aspect. So Kathy at 40, thank you for the $5 saying, love your Canadian pronunciation of out and about. I don't hear the accent, so let me know how bad it is there. Yeah, let me. So M Adams, thank you for the $5 saying, thanks so much for your efforts. The Redneck Ram sent $10. Thank you for that, saying, what did the jury look like during the Amber thinks pledges and donations are the same questioning? They did not like that. I saw somebody literally. So this one guy who's been super poker faced and super paying attention, Juror G, he did a roll of his eyes, like roll of his entire head, sort of like, are you kidding me? And, if that guy who's been super poker faced is going, are you kidding me about that? I don't see that's bad. People really saw that and had some issues there. Little British Knife Shop said, would it be safe to say Amber Heard has lost the jury? I think so. I think some of the jurors, I think, are just outright ignoring her at this point. And that's a bad place to be when they're just, if they've decided so thoroughly that they just can't, that they don't want to hear you. Matt Pelzer said, just want to say thank you for the awesome job you and Rob did today. Well, thank you. Vanessa Bobesser, thank you for the $20 super chat saying, have a pint and some no-dos on me. Many thanks to you, Rob and Larry. I was actually really having to, as much as it was like, hey, I'd like to have a scotch, it's just, it was going to knock me right out. And that's not always a good thing there. Lexi Autumn Stabs, thank you for the $7 super chat there, and said, suggestion for tonight, if you guys end up needing to take sleep shifts again, earplugs. I didn't actually end up needing earplugs, but it is a good suggestion, and I will almost certainly bring some. I actually lost one of my earplugs, my shooting earplugs, and I'm not sure where it is. I'm hoping it's going to turn up because those are not cheap. Those were like custom molded earplugs. So yeah, that was a bit of a kick in the pants. Lori Leaney, thank you again for another $14, saying this is for more wine or beer. Thanks for representing, and there were little Canadian flags in there. Watched all night, Justice for the Line, and with James at Jimothy Online with his OBS from the rest of the trial, and Lumber Law and Larry DUI. So yeah, they've been there. So Isaac Kozic, thank you for the $10 super chat. And again, this is still catch up from the 16th, saying mad respect for being willing to wait all night to get into court. Crazy elf. I mean, that's what I came down for. And I wasn't really inclined to get turned around. Muffins and Megapints, thank you for the $2 super chat, saying so glad you got in. Way to commit, guys. Yeah, I was there for 4 days. I made it in for 3 of them. Unfortunately, I got shut out on the one day. Porcupine Butter, thank you for the $2 super chat saying I meant color coordinate clothing with Court TV. The Court TV reporter has been phenomenally well dressed, but dressed in a different color each day. So, yeah. Celiano, thank you for the $5 super chat saying what was the jury's reaction to the eye contact that Heard does so consistently? A lot of them were refusing to make eye contact with her. They were just, she was looking towards them and looking like, and the jury was looking away from her. So that was it was quite a thing to see, to watch the jury looking away as she pans over. That's not something you want people doing with your client as a lawyer. All right, just making sure to star super chats here so that I'm not missing ones as they come in. Phil Jones, thank you for the $5 super chat saying next time she stares, push up your glasses with your middle finger. I appreciate the sentiment, but I'm not going to be doing anything like that. I'm just, I want to be purely professional in there, and yeah. So Janet Dick sent $2 saying on my way to the courthouse to line sit for y'all. As I mentioned, that had a bit of a sad ending, but I really appreciate the work she put in there. So Bella's mom says sent $5 saying how was the jury responding? They don't like Amber Heard at all. I see somebody in the comments said that they would love to see. So that's Kristen Bradshaw. I just happened to see that here. Love your hair, but would love to see a short hair makeover on you just for fun. Check out my early videos. My early videos, which are still up there. I absolutely have the early aspect on it. And I just got sent by text a sign up link. I'm going to ask if they can send it by something that I can copy and paste from, because I absolutely cannot do so via, I can't copy and paste from my phone here. Sorry, just 1 second here. Just having to reply by to this Twitter here, or to this text that I can try to arrange live sitters. Laura S., thank you for the $10 super sticker again from a while ago. Britt Cormier sent $10 saying, what do you guys think about the testimony that Amber Heard's kid sister had to show JD how to snort cocaine? I mean, he's been a user since they were born, but somehow did not know how to use a tube. Yeah, that didn't make a whole lot of sense to me. And quite frankly, I mean, as much as this may annoy people, I suspect that Johnny Depp was probably had some experience with cocaine since before I was, well, for a while. So I doubt that Whitney, I think he's probably had some experience and knew how to do that before Whitney Heard ever came on the scene here. So I'm just grabbing the link here just so I can post it up here. Just 1 second. So dropping that. Whoop, that's not helpful. Why is Twitter is being horrible. They try to mess with the links here. So all right, so there we go. I've just posted it into the chat. I'm also just going to briefly go in to edit the description to put that in there. So I'm putting a link in the description so where you can see if you want to go and volunteer for line sitting, and that's always appreciated. If what is it? So yeah, and hopefully that's edited properly. It says I can't edit the schedule, but I'm not trying to edit the schedule. Okay. Somebody's saying pin the comment. I will try to pin the comment, but I don't know if I can find it here. Just sorry, give me 1 second. I'm just being a bit. There we go. Pinned the message. There we go. I'm trying to juggle tech stuff, and that is surprisingly challenging here. All right, so back to some of the previous super chats. I think we're good to go again here. Shem Pasta, thank you for the $5 saying, is it okay to describe the jury during the trial? You will note that I've been very careful about giving descriptions of the jurors. I have provided some details in terms of biographics, but nothing that would let you pick them out of a crowd. So I don't want anybody contacting the jury. I don't want anyone talking to them. I don't want anybody doing anything like that. So don't do anything like that. And I'm certainly not going to provide any details that that would allow people to do that. So Thrashley saying I need help coordinating the line group. I'm Ashley S. We have the sign up sheet but can't contact each other, and we need to be able to communicate with Ian or Rob. No one is out there now. I'm on the 10 p.m. shift. Help me, please. So yeah, that we're trying to get this better sorted out. Nurse Liz is coordinating all of this, and yeah. Sue Herman, thank you for the $3 super sticker. Appreciate that. And Vincent Jacobs sent 10 euros saying Thunder and Rays of Sun, what a day. Appreciate your commitment. So cool to get your inside perspective. That was about the cross-examination where Camille literally had a ray of sunlight come down from above, and also where Amber was trying to answer a question and there was a thunderclap. If you put that into a movie, people would roll their eyes at it, but this was actually stuff from real life. Bella's mom, thank you for the $5 super chat saying did they go over lies about the makeup? The makeup is not going to be as big of a deal as you'll think, but yeah. Cecilia S, thank you for the 20 I think that's Swedish kroner, but I'm not sure, saying thank you for being at court today. Well, thank you. Joan Schultz, thank you for the $100 super chat. The super chat, I'm not actually sure what the super chat is there because it looks like that was lost. So thank you. I appreciate that, but it looks like YouTube is not being super cooperative, or it might have been a blank super chat. That happens as well. So Nurse Liz emailed you via your form about if there's a way to donate towards food and such for line sitters. So yeah, get in touch with Nurse Liz. She can help coordinate all of that. So Hollister 74, thank you for the $20 saying broke student here, but man, you guys are heroes. Been watching both Emily D. Baker and Legal Bites. So amazing you're able to give us the inside scoop. I just want to say, folks, if you are a broke student, if you are somebody who's struggling to pay rent, if you are somebody who needs this money for something else, please don't send me a super chat. I would, if this is a luxury spend. If you are not in a situation where, where you have sort of spare money, don't throw me a super chat. Save that for something else. So I appreciate that Hollister 74 from several days ago, but just if you're hard up for money, I'd prefer that you sort of make sure you cover your bills. So that's my feeling on that. Tater Pictures, thank you for the $5 saying courthouse brutality is pretty crazy. I see that's a reference to that. I see AA saying answer the damn super chats. I'll cover some super chats here from current thing in just a moment, but yeah, that's a reference to the thing I was talking about. Brittany Ward saying how can broke people ask a question, asking for a friend. I'll try to look up for them as we go. So just sort of to cover some from today, and I'm just going to try to make sure I don't miss too many as we go. I don't really have a good system for this. Rebecca Work, thank you for the $20 super sticker. Rita Ray, 10 pounds for the Mrs. Runkle Spa Break Fund. So thank you. I'll let her know. Zane, $10. How large of a pillow blanket fort did you and Rob end up making while you visited? No pillow fort, but that's pretty funny. I was actually staying just crashing out there, but it was a good time. So Zach Frisch, thank you for the $5. Sorry that your stream got taken down. It was a really good discussion, even if you were dead tired. Makes no sense to me why they did that. I don't know. There's some discussion that it might have been a bug, or I don't know if somebody might have reported it. So yeah. Lila, thank you for the $2 saying he just closed an antique shop in Edmonton. He's on YouTube. I feel like that's a reference to something, and I feel like I'm not getting it. So yeah. Mac and Cheese, thank you for the 45. I'm not sure what that symbol is, but hi from Israel, enjoying this stream. I'm guessing that's Israeli currency. I'm not sure what the currency is called out there. Somebody in there. Rose Depp is asking, do I have a PayPal? I can send the. I'll try to get one set up. I don't have a PayPal at the moment, but we'll try to get that sort of set up here. So Susan Lewis, thank you for the $20 additional funds to the missus for a spa day. She will appreciate that. Soul Charmer, thank you for the 20 euros, saying psyched you'll be there for the last few days, really the last 2 days in trial. Thanks for being the proxy for those of us who would like to be there in person. How's Miss Runkle doing, having an up-and-coming celeb as a husband? I honestly think she'd probably prefer to just have me staying at home for a little bit, but she's being very kind in letting me slip off back to Virginia to deal with this. So yeah, I appreciate the sentiment there. So Amanda Lucero from Serenity, thank you for the $5, saying thank you for going to court. I'm glad you're going later on this week. What kind of dogs do you have? I have 2 rescue mutts. They are both sweethearts, but neither of them has a pedigree, and but they're delightful dogs. They're just really really beautiful pups. $2 from hard member saying they're logoless, so thank you for that. Kim Silvio, thank you for the $15. I think that's 15 Australian dollars, saying, are you able to give a general overview of your observation of the jury in terms of how many appear to be leaning towards each party? Honestly, my read is that I don't think anybody is really leaning towards Amber. Some of them seem to be sort of listening more and might be kind of on the fence or still listening, but yeah, I don't think that any of them are really sort of hardcore for Amber there. Death by Dinosaurs, thank you for the £5, saying maybe already said, but will we get a video showing how the bruise photos were the same edited photos? Yes, I need to do that because that was pretty striking. Karen M, thank you for the $7, saying, hi, what, if anything, in the Depp versus Heard trial is worse than destroying evidence while during court, like in the QC family custody case? Yeah, there have been some really wild things that have happened in court cases, and yeah, so that I'll try to cover that one as well. Somebody's saying, have we discussed Mrs. Runkle's jewelry? I'm going to be buying her a little something. We both kind of wanted to get it for a while, and she's like, that's a good way for you to solve that. And I can't complain because I've been wanting to get it for a while too. So I'll try to post it online when we get it. So Rebecca Work, $20. Thanks to your wife. Thank you very much. I'll pass it along. Musical Explosion, thank you for the $2. Christopher Surdak, thank you for the $10, saying, what do you think of Dr. Hughes' future as a Subway sandwich artist? I don't think she's going to lose her job, quite frankly. I think she's the sort of person that if you hire her as an expert in your case, you probably already know exactly who you're getting. But I feel that I think that's kind of yeah. I was not terribly impressed with her work, and it felt very biased to me. So yeah. Happy Ponies, thank you for the $5, saying Happy Victoria Day from one Canadian to another. So thank you for that. Jennifer Smith, thank you for the $10, saying you made my hubby's day with the Witcher reference. Great job with everything. 150,000. Holy crap. I agree. Holy crap. So deserved. Can't wait to see on Emily's page and the purple hearts for Emily. I love Emily's work. She's fantastic. And yeah, I always love being on her channel and just commenting because she is she's just wonderful. So, and I'm just seeing here, I think I'm missing one. Got to star that before it vanishes. So Richard Freeman, $2. Uncivil Henna Tramp Stamp from Ron Coleman. Thank you for the $2. Thankful Q thank you for the $5, saying thanks to the amazing Mrs. Runkle. Come on, she's got to be. She is amazing. She is perfect for the loan of your very married husband. A lot of people like that comment, but yeah, I am not shopping around. It's and I could go on a whole thing about just how amazing my wife is, but that I feel like she's kind of a private person. She doesn't want me to give too many details. She sort of she gets shy when I tell stories about how we met and so forth. So yeah, I'll save that. Uh, Tufts are us. Thank you for the $20 for the muffin fund. Elizabeth Hugo White, thank you for the $20, saying hi, Ian, fellow Canadian here. I'm at home with COVID. Sorry to hear that, and feel like I'm dying. I hope you don't. Your work is helping me through this. Well, I'm glad to hear that. P.S. What happens if a juror, attorney, or DEP or herd gets sick? For example, COVID. For a juror, they might excuse the juror, and so they just get sent home, and we're down one alternate. For DEP or the like, then they might have to pause the trial and say, sort of, okay, well, what's going on? Am I under duress? No, I'm not under duress. I straight up. My wife is actually off camping right now, so she's there's no duress here. So $2 from Sancocho 1718. Thank you for the $2. Amber Heard demands trial by combat. That's pretty good. Ellie Gar, thank you for the $5, saying any thoughts on how likely the male jurors could be influenced by the females and whether it could impact their vote. I mean, they're going to go and deliberate together, right? So everyone is going to be trying to influence everyone else unless they walk in and they're just all in agreement. So people are going to try to influence each other. We'll see. I mean, it's possible that the men will listen to the women or vice versa. You don't really know. Tor Theo, thank you for the €2. Runkle is clearly from Oltuan Dua. I'm not sure what that's a reference to, but LawTube University grad super lawyer, thank you for the $2. Will you add elf to your username? I'm not actually sure how to add an emoji to my username. I'm gonna feel a little bit old there saying that, but yeah. All right. Everybody's is making comments about being what is it? As if I'm in duress there, but no, I'm good. Sean Smith, it was amazing to meet you at Woodland Brutality. Sorry I wasn't more talkative. I was totally worn out from the walk. It was amazing meeting you as well. Really, really liked meeting you there. And I will be going to more brutality events in future. And totally worn out is really what happens when you go to one of those events. I had points where I was just like, oh, so hurting. And then, of course, I went to go and do stuff where I wasn't getting any sleep. So that's fantastic. Somebody was asking, will I be in court Monday? No, the earliest I can make it back to court is Thursday. So, but Law and Lumber is going to be there. Good Logic, I understand, is coming out. DUI guys coming out. So there's going to be a few people there watching. So Johnny Osprey, thank you for the $10 for the travel fund. Much appreciated. Tor Theo saying Runkle doesn't need sleep, just meditate for 4 hours. I will never live down the elf jokes. I just yeah, that is that's a thing. B, thank you for the $2. Is it true JD is testifying again on Monday? I mean, we don't know for certain. That's sort of the word around the water cooler, but ultimately we will know that when we see him called to the stand or not. I think it would be a mistake. I mean, they've got 8 hours left, which is really not that much. That's one day of trial, right? So Johnny Depp kicked their butt the last time they put him up on the stand, and he answers questions really slowly. He is a very sort of slow talker, and he meanders a bit, and so are they really going to run out their remaining time trying to, I mean, that's a real Hail Mary kind of play. They're hoping that they can land something that I don't know that they can land. So yeah, we'll see how this goes. I see there's 10,000 of you in watching. thank you. Please like and subscribe, but that's amazing. I did not expect to see that many people. Somebody's saying, how would Amber Heard know who you are, though? Outcome guess. That would be possibly via her PR team. I suspect that she is meeting with her PR team on a fairly regular basis here, just discussing strategy, because there are really two battles going on. One battle here is the actual court battle, but the other is they're fighting this out in terms of PR. And it's actually kind of funny because it looks like Amber Heard's team has been sending sort of PR statements to the media. That's my read of things. And meanwhile, Johnny Depp's team, what we've learned is that they were releasing audio files and so forth to sort of independent media, people, like that Umbrella guy, to, those sorts of people. And it's kind of interesting, these different strategies. One side has been sort of releasing to sort of the legacy media in very sort of slanted PR statements, and the other's just been releasing raw information. It's been very interesting to see this play out. And I think that this may actually be something that PR teams are studying to evaluate and see what's going on, because it's really kind of interesting to see how that sort of sub battle is also being fought right now. All right, so Pure Jealousy, thank you for the $2, saying loving your channel and kind demeanor. Thank you. Well, thank you as well. Amanda Lucero, thank you for the $5. I don't think you look like Legolas, more like Haldir in a suit, our court hero. Are you excited more for rebuttal or closing statements? I am going to be going there for closing statements. I want to see what that looks like. I mean, it's going to be really interesting to see how the jury reacts to that, because that's really the moment where everybody's trying to sum up everything that's happening and trying to make things there. And so that'll be a big one to watch. Intergalactic Pro, thank you for the $10, saying I hope Isaac Baruch can paint a large turd in a wine bottle for therapeutic adjustments after this trial. I don't know what people are going to be doing to sort of recover from this one. It's going to be an interesting battle. Carly, German Hogue Fan Club, thank you for the €20. Just wanted to say thank you for your hard work and ask, what's the procedure when we get a hung jury? Will the trial end without results or automatically start again? I believe that they have to do a new trial, that'll be sort of a process there. Although I'm not certain. Virginia may have different rules, so I can't say for certain. I'd really want to talk to probably Rob from Law and Lumber, because he practices in that area. He's going to have a better knowledge of the local practices there. Todos Los Diaz, thank you for the $5 for some whitey stuff to keep you awake, Manana. I don't mess with that. But I mean, Amber Heard's secret stash could probably solve that. But no, I don't mess with that stuff. But I appreciate the sentiment. Tammy Tackaberry, thank you for the $7, saying hello from Edmonton. Really appreciating your perspectives and observations. So thank you for that. And I'm just trying to make sure I don't miss any super chats as they go by in the other window. Fanny Mac, $2. What's differences, similarities to the U.S. and Canadian law? One big thing is that Canadian law uses a lot fewer juries. We have a lot fewer, a lot fewer jury trials. A lot more stuff is just done judge alone. And that's a big one. A lot of things are fairly similar. I mean, juries are juries pretty much everywhere you go, but there's different rules there. And one of the people I saw says, would a body linguist help this case? I don't think you could actually call them, because you can't actually call a witness into into the credibility of a or you can't call an expert as to the credibility of a witness. That's actually considered improper. And I'm going to do a video on that in the context of lie detectors, but that'll be something for after this craziness is done. Niam Eb, thank you for the €2. I'm probably mispronouncing that. I've seen the name in writing, but I've never actually heard it pronounced. Any insight into what we can expect this week? Um, things just keep getting crazier and crazier. And like the last day that I was in court, if you had asked me to predict any of the evidence that was called, I could never have predicted any of that. Like from a tactical perspective, it was just bizarre. So I can't say. I see people saying it should be pronounced Neve. So yeah, my apologies. So all right. Sedona Rocks, thank you for the $10, saying congratulations on your jump in the subscribers. I still don't. I'm still kind of stunned. Appreciate the inside view of the courtroom. So thank you very much for that. Matt L, thank you for the very generous super chat. Thank you for the $200, saying thanks for representing Canada on LawTube. This one, oh, right, this one I looked at before, but Meads and Meads I did mention. I will at some point do a video on Meads and Meads because it's a thing. Royal Sig, thank you for the £2, saying hi from the UK. The UK trial was disgusting. One thing that I just keep coming back to when thinking about the UK trial is just how the judge seemed to put a lot of weight on Amber donating the money, and said, that means that she's got no financial incentive because she gave the money away. And I mean, that might be a perfectly reasonable conclusion for a judge to get to. But yeah, I see somebody saying, read the broke people chat. We haven't all got $200. I'm trying to cover as much as I can here. I'm just kind of, sort of doing what I can here. Somebody said, can I do a video on West Shore RCMP arresting YouTuber Not So Silent? Can you shoot me some details on that by Twitter? I haven't heard that one, but it's kind of interesting. And YouTube is potentially a way to get yourself, into trouble. So that is something I've commented on before. But yeah, send me some details on that, and I will quite possibly comment on it. So Chad, $10. Thank you for that. Saying, are transcripts of in-court testimonies from this case available anywhere? I don't think they're available anywhere. And usually for transcripts, at least here where I am, you'd have to order them, and they would be very expensive to order. So as much as I would love to order transcripts for every trial out there, they are they're not cheap. Sandy Soderquist, thank you for the $5, saying the UK depth defamation documents are online for anyone to see. So almost as good as televised. Cup of coffee on me in Virginia. Thank you very much. I don't actually drink coffee, but I will certainly slam a Red Bull. And I was drinking a whole bunch of those. It was difficult to stay up here. Coach Karen, thank you for the $5, saying let's also thank Runkle's spouse for supporting his return to give us so much insight into the courtroom. The dedication I can't put into words. Yes, she is fantastic, and I really appreciate that she is, because marital harmony is important. And if she'd said, you know what, I don't want, I want you to stay in here, then I would. That's what I'd be doing. Sorry, folks. Just a little bit of priorities there. Deborah Drummond, thank you for the $10. Travel for Runkle. You, Emily, Rob, and DUI guy are my only source of information and enlightenment at this trial. Intelligence, wit, and super legal chops. Thank you. Thank you. Anna Trimble, thank you for the $5, saying, hey, Ian, so happy to have discovered you. Does the court TV report about Depp being called to the stand violate the judge's no media direction? It really depends on how they got that information, but it could. And I mean, the judge might have some opinions if that gets traced back to a media statement. So yeah. Somebody says, is it true that Logic can't get to Virginia because of weather? I hope not. I hope he makes it out there. DUI guys just ordered 20 pizzas for the line. Good stuff. That is excellent because yeah, I was going to check with them and say, hey, do you guys need some food? But it sounds like DUI guys got it covered. Allison Rockus, thank you for the $10. Are witnesses that are called to the stand allowed to view media surrounding the case after they give their testimony, or no, because they may be called back? If you are a witness who is subject to recall, then you are not permitted to, to talk to anybody, to whatever else. But for instance, Whitney was not subject to recall. So at this point, Whitney can do anything that you or I can do, which is, she can't what is it? She can't, like interfere with the jurors or anything like that. But yeah, I see people, whoops, saying he's taking a bus instead of a helicopter. Okay, well, uh, yeah, he did have plans that he was going to take a helicopter. So good for him if he's still making it down. I'm sorry to Good Logic if he's missing out on the helicopter ride, because that was going to be kind of cool. And quite frankly, that would have been, I was going to be all envious. So sorry to hear that about Joe's helicopter aspects. Emily Greens, thank you for the $5. Saw you're learning to code. If you ever need eyeballs on a pull request to debug, please reach out. Least I can do after all the content you've been putting out. I don't actually have a GitHub or anything like that. I've just been learning via a game called Bitburner. So yeah, that's entirely outside the legal relevance, but I've been having a great time trying to learn. I'm not very good at it, but yeah. Beard of Doom, thank you for the $20. And you can see the colander picture there. Maybe blessed by his noodly appendage, ramen. Thank you. Thank you for the comments there. Optimistic Carolyn, thank you for the £9 there, saying thank you for all you do. Just wondering if you heard the rumors about Amber Heard and potential driving/involuntary manslaughter offenses when drunk at 16. Thanks again from Scotland. I've heard rumors about that, but I haven't paid too much attention because it's not evidence at this trial, from what I understand. And so I don't want to sort of pollute my thinking too much, because when I tell you guys, hey, here's what I think is going to happen, like I think, that this is what the evidence looks like. I really don't want that to be colored by things that aren't actually in court. So I try to keep that as much out of my mind as I can. So I don't know how I'll be able to catch up with things. I'm going to be at this until I pass out. So you guys might see Tired Runkle a little later on. So Katie, thank you for the $5, saying thoughts on counterclaim being dismissed before it goes to the jury. I think that there is a decent chance of it, although I can't tell for certain. Court TV has reported on certain things that I just don't know. So yeah, somebody was saying that they didn't know that people outside of the UK knew Quid. I've watched a lot of Red Dwarf over the years, so. Daria Kroluski Begley, thank you for the £18 there. Thanks for all your great work and sharing your knowledge with us. Thanks, makes everything so much better. Is there any witness you are particularly looking forward to listening to? Much love from Ireland. I mean, I really liked watching Amber Heard, both her direct. I didn't see the second part of her cross, but the first part of her cross was just like, watching that was really something. And saying that I enjoyed watching Amber Heard stuff was, doesn't mean much of anything. Somebody's saying, did I catch up with all the super chats from last week? Oh no, not even close. I haven't even gotten past one day of super chats from last week. So I've just been doing some of the ones today just because I don't want people to necessarily miss that. So yeah. So Death Grip 82 says, why is there no footage of First Police at Penthouse? I'm not sure. There's all sorts of reasons. Police don't necessarily always have their body cameras on, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah. Brianna L, thank you for the $10, saying thank you for all that you, Rob, Pete, and James are doing. Stay safe, and here's towards the coffee and food fund. Thank you very much. I will try to make sure that I suspect I'm going to be buying another round of stuff when we're out there because, yeah. Somebody was asking if I have mods. I've got a couple, but yeah. Leanne G, no need to read, but if you need more mods, wrench me. I think I actually did exactly that, so thank you. Chris Marie, thank you for the $25 towards the cause. Tammy Hoshiyama, thank you for the $5, saying thank you for all your observations. Take care of yourself. Lawyers are really bad at that. We are really bad at trying to keep all that organized. Hey, Amber Heard said in Cross that the op-ed wasn't just about Johnny. Is this significant? Quite frankly, I think that the jurors, when she said it was about her, I don't think anybody bought that. That didn't seem like it had a whole lot going on there. So yeah. No, I All right. AA, sorry, I'm missing your questions here. If you hit me up again, uh, so yeah, Kurt, I am so tired. I can't blame you, man. It sounds like you've been at this for a good while there. Somebody saying Red Dwarf. If you we call Amber a smeghead, you know exactly what we mean. I do know exactly what you mean. So yeah, it's a great show there. One of my favorites, although I also have a big fondness for what do you call it? For Rumple of the Bailey, obviously. Somebody telling me that the stream is out of focus. I'm going to try to fix that. Is that better, chat? Let me know if that has fixed the focus issues, because my webcam likes to do autofocus in the worst possible ways. It likes to try to focus on the back of my skull and so forth. So, yeah. All right. So, what will happen if Amber Heard's lawyers try to elicit testimony from Johnny Depp that is clearly more focused on his claim instead of hers? They'll face objections, and Camille and the rest of that team, Chu, have all been really good at the objection game. So, yeah. Apple Pie, thank you for the 15. I'm not actually sure what that is, but I believe it's Israeli currency. Justice for the Lion, thank you for your work. Thank you. Teresa K, thank you for the $5. I'm happy to help mod too. I think I actually added you. Jesse Fender, thank you for the $5. Nope, when Amber argued with Camille about how to take in cocaine. Yeah, that was kind of funny because there was no winning that for Amber. Either she agrees with Camille or she's relying on a greater knowledge of cocaine use. And yeah, that's kind of a big thing, right? Hey, I'm an expert in cocaine use. Okay, that's a thing. So, Chris Roche, thank you for the $10 or €10, sorry, super sticker. Vez from Quebec, thank you for the super sticker, and I really like that tattoo. That's a nice tattoo in that image there. Francine Harada, thank you for the $2 super sticker. Sylvia Lockhorn, thank you for the $10 super sticker. Gina Gonzalez, thank you for the $5. Is it true Johnny Depp won't be there for the verdict? Will Amber Heard be there? So that's a thing. They got permission to not have clients present for the verdict. And quite frankly, if I was either or both of them, I would have the client not present, because the media is going to be just trying to lock onto their reactions, and whoever loses is going to have a hard time having a reaction that they don't want broadcast. So if I was the lawyers, I would be saying, stay home for that. The court has said you're not required, so don't be here. I can't say, I mean, as I said, they've made some really bizarre tactical decisions at times, but I would very strongly be recommending them not to be there. AA, do I actually believe that Amber is lying, or do I think that she is exaggerating? I think some of her claims are lies. I think some of her claims are exaggerations, and I think some of her claims are truthful. So I can't actually say for sure what, the problem is that once you start mixing lies and exaggerations in with truth, it becomes very difficult to tell which is which, and it's very dangerous. That's, when I have clients who are testifying, I always warn them that it is an extremely dangerous game to start playing around with telling deceptions. It's not proper. It is perjury, but also it will destroy your case. Some of my best, I've had clients get up on the stand there, and they told the unvarnished truth in ways that at some points made them look bad, and it was hugely helpful. I could not have won those files if they hadn't. So I'm always big on people telling the truth in court. Francine Harada, thank you for the $2 super sticker there. Royal Sig 2.99, thank you for the £2. Next Independence Day movie. Yeah, I hadn't made the connection, but apparently I really look like Brent Spiner in that movie. And yeah, that's a thing, I guess. I'm probably going to try to do the Witcher thing for Halloween, partially because I do leather work for as a hobby, and so I really want to. I think it'd be much more fun to actually to do the leather work to try to make the costume. Mr. Nuke Fanar, thank you for the $10. Loving your coverage and takes on the trial. Also wanted to add that poutine is truly God's gift to mankind, in my humble opinion. I will agree with that on one condition. That is that the best poutine, and some people might be annoyed at me with this, is proper Quebecois poutine, which is super hard to find here in in Edmonton and Alberta in general. There was a place that I knew of in the Vancouver area that that was actually pretty solid for poutine, and that was a woman who had moved there from Montreal and flew cheese curds out on a regular basis so that she could have them, because you got to get that proper tooth squeak. A lot of places where if you a lot of places you go to get cheese curds and they're just not the same. So I have had lots of poutine here in Edmonton, and most of it is disappointing. Yeah. But people didn't come here to hear me rant about poutine, so I'm going to move on here. What was the jury's reaction to the knife? I missed some of the knife aspects. I wasn't in court for that yet, but some of the discussions of that were, I think, fairly. I can't imagine the jury thought that the whole thing is really a solid thing. Somebody's asking, what is a cheese curd? Well, cheese is made from curds, and so the cheese curds are sort of before it's been gathered together to make things. But yeah, it's sort of its whole thing. BJ, thank you for the $5. Off subject, I'm a fellow Canadian with an expired PAL. Wondering what I need to do to reinstate it. You just apply to renew it, or you apply to for a new PAL. And if you've taken the course and passed the course, then that course is still good. So yeah. Brentwood Chic, $20. Kate Moss, no cross. Tired Runkle was very funny. Thanks for being you. I actually need to go back at some point and watch that stream again, because I don't remember a whole lot of Tired Runkle, but I do kind of remember the Kate Moss no cross aspect. I mean, that would just be so bad for them that Kate Moss gets to stand up and they can't suggest anything, or there's all sorts of things that that could come up there. Serana NC, thank you. You're the best. Is jury more on Johnny's side? I personally believe they are. It's possible I could be wrong, but that's certainly my read on the jury. All right, I am so not catching up here. Calico 26, thank you for the $5. Can you please explain a hostile witness? Like, what happens if they call Johnny back to the stand? So normally when you call a witness, that witness is considered your witness. And because they're your witness, you're not allowed to lead them. That's normally considered a pretty big thing, right? And yeah, so that is sort of a rule. However, the exception to that is if you're dealing with a witness that is hostile, which is somebody who is not inclined to be cooperative for some reason or another. And in this case, when you're calling the opposing party, then the opposing party is going to be considered hostile. But that's not the only way to get a hostile witness. Let's say I was running this trial and I called Johnny Depp's sister, and I don't know if she's what she's up to or whatever, but let's say she really supports Depp. And so at that point you end up with a situation where you're sitting there going you might ask her a question and she might respond sort of non-responsively. Can you tell us what happened next? I went to the cupboard. And then what happened next? Well, I took another step towards the cupboard. that kind of really obnoxious fighting you back kind of thing. And eventually the court could say, okay, listen, we're going to, what is it? We're going to say that witness is hostile, so you have permission to lead them. Cherry and Max, thank you for the $5, saying, love having you in the USA. I love being there on my last trips there. Thanks for helping us feel a part of this trial. Your morals and work ethics are exemplary. Well, thank you very much. Just sort of trying to do what I can here. Connie Van Loo, thank you for the €50. That's very generous. Saying thanks for your insights regarding the jury and time you give to this trial. Regards from the Netherlands. I've never actually been to the Netherlands, but I would love to one day. And thank you. Yeah, I've only heard good things. Missy Jade, thanks for the $8 from Australian dollars. Thanks for your hard work. I'm a survivor of DV and severe childhood trauma, and my heart breaks for Johnny. He needs to heal. Hugs from Australia. And I think that's a fair statement. I mean, to the extent that Depp has not behaved well himself, and there's certainly some of that out there, right? That's certainly part of this trial. Nobody is clothed in righteousness, but it does seem that he is kind of suffering and kind of hurting, and has some things to overcome, and also needs to and that it might be leading him to sort of repeat bad patterns. The op-ed headline said SV, Amber Heard SA story was completely unbelievable. Yeah, I did not think that her story was super credible. There's some evidence that it was borrowed from another person, although that's not evidence at this trial. And yeah, it's kind of a thing there. Fire from the North, thank you for the £5. Loving your live streams. Thank you for all the hard work. Well, thank you very much. Tiffany Bernier, thank you for the $10 there. How crazy is it down there to get a spot, and when do people really start to line up? I'm here in FX, and I've been dying to go. Also, I'm an insomniac anyway. People have been lining up all night. I don't want to give too many details just because of, the more details I give, the more the line is probably going to start earlier. But it's been fairly crazy in there. Lizzie Bear, thank you for the $5. Rumor going around Amber Heard has been snorting coke and drinking alcohol during trial. I doubt it. I mean, you can never rule anything out, but I doubt it. Kate Plus, thank you for the $5. Hi, when do you predict the jurors will reach a verdict? Could it be the same day they're given the case? It very much could. Thanks for being in the courtroom. It could be the same day, but the other thing is that let's say they walk in and they all think Johnny Depp is going to win and that Amber Heard is going to lose. They still might spend a day arguing about how much. They might, like, one person might say, I want to give him $1, and one person might say, I want to give him $50 million. And then they got to figure all that out. So that's, there's going to be at least some time taken for them determining it. The fastest verdict I could envision is if they all just walked in and said, we just want to give him 50 mil right off the bat. And I mean, it's possible, but I don't know. I think they're also going to want to take some time just because it's so high profile that they don't want to, that they're not going to want to sort of be seen to not be taking it seriously. Mel, when the audience wave by Johnny, do they say bye as well? Can Amber hear? They are not saying anything. And the reason why is because the court has been very, very clear that they don't want people saying anything out loud in there. So they've said it's okay to give a wave, but not to shout out or anything like that. And so it's very, nobody's messing with that because nobody wants to get thrown out. That's sort of the simple aspect of it. Sabrina, thank you for the very generous $100 super chat there. Thank you for your great trial coverage. Do you think Amber would have been better off not presenting a counterclaim? I honestly think that if it came down to putting the lawyer up on the stand, which they did, or just losing the counterclaim, I would have chosen to lose the counterclaim. That's kind of my feeling, although it could end up being wrong. If Amber ends up winning that counterclaim and walks away with a whole pile of money, that I then I'd be wrong on that. Maybe it's going to work out for her. So, I mean, I'm giving my best assessment, but I'm not a wizard, notwithstanding the hair, not a wizard. And yeah, Kat asked, did I get to the museum while I was there? I did. So I got some pictures out of that, and that might turn into a video later, but I certainly can't, you know, can't get to that quite yet. Florida Dad, thank you for the $10. What a gentleman, taking the time to do a special stream just to thank down to $2 donations. Class act, Uncle. Well, thank you. I mean, people, sent in the super chats, and because they sort of wanted me to look at them. So I will make sure I'm going to cover all of them. If I start getting too tired, then I'll eventually turn off super chats just so I can get through everything. But I want to get through everything here, and I realize that's going to be, I might be at this for a hot minute, but I'm going to keep going. As I said, I may have to take a brief break in order to feed the pups, because pups like dinner. But other than that, I'm just going to keep powering through this. All right. Jane Brown, thank you for the $5. The murderer of Teresa Sievers was up at the bench with his lawyers for every sidebar. First and last time I've seen it. Why not more? That's very strange. I'm not sure why that would be happening. Although here in Canada, we don't do the sidebar thing. We kick the jury out, and instead of the sidebar, we'll ask the jury to leave, and then the client can hear what's going on. That's the typical way it's going on here. Somebody's asking, can we see the puppies? One puppy is kind of camera shy. He's unlikely to show up for all of this. Oh, looks like Emily must be here, because I am seeing a ton of purple hearts. So hi, Emily, and hi, Law Nerds. It's good to have you here. So I'm seeing here, Kevin, thank you for the very generous $50 super chat here. Does this trial affect Elaine's reputation, or do you think most will recognize how bad her client is? Here's the thing. I suspect that there's a lot of people who will judge her, I think, unfairly for this trial. I think there's a lot of people who are going to watch this and be too harsh on her. I think she's done probably a good job with a bad client. And I think that there's a lot of decisions that have been made that I feel like have been client driven, where I'm sure that the discussion was, I think this is a bad decision and you shouldn't do this. But the client says, I tell you to do this. Now, the really important thing to remember in the legal process is the client makes the calls, because the client is the one who lives with the consequences. There is a limit to that. The limit is ethics. If a client tells me to lie in court or to present false information, that client is not a client anymore. If a client tells me to interfere with a witness, that client is not going to be a client anymore. There's certain things that I can't do for, just for ethics. But beyond that, like if a client wants to run a trial and I think it's a loser, the client gets to run it, especially in criminal law, because in criminal law, at the end of the day, like I go home, but my client doesn't necessarily get to do that. And, I might say, hey, listen, I think this is a bad idea, but the client is the one who lives with the consequences. My job instead is to present to the client what I think the odds are. And I can say, listen, I think you've got, an 80% chance of losing this, so you've got 20% and they can say, I think that's worth it. And I can say the cost of running this trial and losing is possibly like an extra year in jail. The client can say, I think that's worth it. It is very much that's a real big deal. And so when the client is difficult in the sense that they don't want to do what you think is the right idea, my position is that the client gets to make that call. And somebody had a very good question here. And so what happens if ethics dictate you should withdraw, but it's mid-trial? If there's, if you're in a situation where you got to withdraw for ethics mid-client or mid-trial, there is a way to do it. It's a very difficult thing, and the court might be angry at you, but there are times when ethics come up in that sense. So it doesn't happen often, though. Somebody says you would walk away from a client if they were guilty but denying it in court. Not Now, this is different because nobody is guilty until the court says they are. You are innocent until proven guilty. And just because you might have factually committed the offense doesn't mean you are guilty of the offense. For instance, the police might have violated your rights and they might not be able to prove it. Or you might have done it, but the police didn't know that. They just arrested you based on their best guess. So I will probably do an entire video at some point just discussing that. But there is a difference, and it is not my job as a lawyer to evaluate the guilt or innocence of my client. That is the judge's job, and I can't steal the judge's job. They get paid more than I do in order to do that. So, yeah. All right. So, carrying on here, Michelle Delgado, thank you for the $5 super sticker. Jessica McIntyre, what do you think the odds are that either Johnny or Amber doesn't show up to hear the verdict since they don't have to be there? If I was their lawyers, I would be saying 100%. I would be saying, please do not show up, because I don't want to see, for the PR versions, one of them is going to lose. And unless you are 100% confident that you're going to win, don't do that. Somebody's saying the vitriol against Amber online is crazy, right? Yes and no. I mean, there's a certain point where you can say that that she may deserve some of it, but not all of it. I mean, a lot of it is super unhinged. There are people saying things that I certainly don't agree with. I mean, you can certainly dislike her, but you also need to remember that she is a person, and she's probably a very damaged person. She's probably a person who is, that is struggling. And, I want to see her get better. I would like to see a world where she resolves whatever's going on with her and goes on, and, everything is good. I don't want, I'm torn. That's kind of the thing, right? And online people are horrible. So that is kind of a thing there. All right. So Anetka, thank you for the $2. Hey, Canadian flag question. When JD's in court, do the people clap for him? They do not clap, because the judge has made it very clear, and the deputies are not screwing around. They don't want any clapping. They don't want any noise. They've said waving is okay, clapping is not, and they don't want waving during like court proceedings and so forth. So, yeah. All right. So, carrying on here. Luann Jones, thank you for the $5. Appreciate your insight and commentary. I read that Amber Heard team is calling anatomy expert on Monday. Have you heard this? What would be gained by that? I haven't heard this, and I'm not sure what they would call an anatomy expert for on this one. So that seems odd, but we'll have to see. I mean, sort of exciting there. Somebody asked, would I want to become a judge, and why or why not? Kind of. I mean, there's a lot that you can sort of, as a judge, you're sort of you're responsible for helping preserve justice and, promote justice. So I think that is a good thing, and, so forth. There's also a lot that judges do, which is super boring. And so I'd have to think on that one as well, because, I've got the attention deficit, I've got all of that, and, but I certainly wouldn't have any necessarily objection to it. So I told that this is Neveb. Thank you for the €2. Thanks for all the coverage. Love from Ireland. Ireland is another place I want to visit one of these days, because I'm told it's beautiful. Me, $20, real name Lynn. Hello, Lynn. Thank you very much for your video about what this case can teach us about male domestic violence victims. I have family who's been through this and lost everything, and for once he felt seen. Muffins on me. Well, thank you, and I'm really glad to hear that, because it's been very, very difficult for a lot of people watching this. And I mean, I've had some people reach out to me, and yeah. So health. The internet doesn't deserve Runkle, but I'm glad we have him. I'm glad we have you, Emily. That's your channel is, I think, some of the best commentary anywhere, and I love your style in doing it. I love that you're a lawyer who really approaches things as a person, like the coffee and cursey words. I love lawyers being human beings, and you have a real human touch while also having deep insight and deep legal knowledge. So, yeah, I am a huge fan and I will always be a huge fan. So, yeah, I just it's kind of weird that I get to sometimes talk to and appear on shows with people I'm a huge fan of. It's a weird world I've kind of entered into. But yes, Emily is fantastic. And if you are not subscribed to Emily's channel, head over there. Somebody's saying Nick Requeta invented LawTube, fealty to the king. Uh, yeah, gave us a tremendous, when we were on his, with Rittenhouse, uh, I am tremendously grateful for Nick. He also does great commentary out there. So yes, check him out as well. Robin Kennedy, thank you for the $20. Looks like a blank super chat, so hopefully that isn't StreamYard screwing up. Nurse Liz just texted you the link for the sign up if you want to put it in this video description. Hopefully it's there. People can comment yours or Rob's name to save a spot for you. So please, hopefully that's in the description. I know I pinned it as a comment. Go check that out if you're someone who can do that. Francine Harada, thank you for the $2 super chat there. Jen Wick, thank you for the $5. Runkle, you're a class act. Thank you for being awesome and staying professional. Well, thank you. I try my best on all of that. It's kind of a difficult thing there. So yeah, it's kind of a wild thing, and it's a place where sort of there's a lot of temptation on a lot of people's parts to kind of get into the mud, and I'm trying to avoid doing that because I think this is really important, and we kind of muddy that if we or we can sort of devalue ourselves if we sort of go over that. So Emily D. Baker, thank you for the $50. Runkle, you are a tremendous commentator and the admiration is mutual. Bring a lot of humanity and compassion to your coverage. Thank you. Well, thank you, Emily. It's I'm kind of blushing here. So yeah, it's that's I'm just gonna move on because it's blushing Runkle time. Chris P, thank you for the 450 there. If you like white noise and sleep, try Bose Sleep Buds. They're about 200 quid. Here's something towards them. That's an interesting thought. I'll have to look into that. Either that or a pint, up to you. I may have a pint too. That's there's no reason that I can't look into both. Although I'm going to save on the pints right now. I'm still feeling it from the whole exhaustion thing. So I'm going to try to go light on that. KD, thank you for the $10 towards Mrs. Runkle's jewelry fund. I'm hoping that the piece that we're looking at is still there because there's something we've had our eye on, and that's sort of my my apologies for being away during what is actually for her a very difficult month, just because it's a work obligations and so forth. Kathy Kellington, thank you for the $2 and the thank you. Lizzie Dalton, thank you for the $20 super sticker. That's much appreciated. Camelia Fontes, thank you for the $20. I enjoyed the live of you, Rob, and Uncivil. They're great guys to hang out with. Rob is, as I said, one of the kindest, nicest people I have. When he heard I was going to be in town, he was like, threw open his door. He was, he's a really good guy. He's had tremendous success and he deserves all of it. So sometimes you see people out there and you hear somebody has really succeeded and you think, oh, that person doesn't deserve it because they're a terrible person. Rob is the opposite of that. Rob is the person that the universe that very much it's a good thing to see him succeeding there. Sam Night and Day, thank you for the $5. Did you catch up on your sleep? A little bit. Will you be in Virginia for trial? I'm going to be coming back for the last 2 days. So the Thursday, Friday, I will be there. And yep, that'll be exciting because the closing is going to be a big day. Vicky August, thank you for the $10 and the thanks for entertainment. Daniel Boberson, thank you for the $10. And if jury gets case early enough on Friday, do you think they could come back with a verdict before leaving for long weekend? Great coverage, thanks. I actually think that there is a possibility of that. The jury has seemed like they, unless something happens to get them thinking, I think that is a thing. Somebody's saying, does the jury see the crowds outside the courthouse? They might. It's certainly possible. I don't want to comment too much on the jury and what they're up to because I don't want to have any situations where people go and contact them. That is absolutely not a thing I want to see. So, Christian, thank you for the $5. I've been a Xanax addict before. Well, I'm glad to hear that's a past tense. Amber, such a drug addict. Ate the shrooms, don't do nothing. Halameo. So, laughing my A off. Apparently, my eyes are lying, so I have to believe St. Amber. Yeah, there were a lot of places where testimony was like, don't believe what you see and hear. Believe me. And every single person around me is lying except me. So, that's kind of a weird thing there. All right, Barca Fan 10, thank you for the $7. What are your top 3 reactions from the jury? Are you used to analyzing a jury? I mean, I have watched juries before. It's it's a thing, and yes. So somebody's asking, is it pay for play on the chat? I'm trying to get through super chats. I'll try to notice comments, but it is difficult to see there. Somebody's saying, let Emily and Kurt on the stream. You know what? I am going to go on Twitter and I'm going to throw the link out, and that'll slow up me getting through super chats, but that is what it is. So just give me a second here. When I say I'm going to throw the link up, I'm putting it up on the LawTube thing there. So so now if anybody wants to come and sort of slow up getting through super chats, they're welcome to do so. So we may see things. And I saw one just here. Do people in the US know what your username is referencing? I keep wondering. My mom was a Rumpole fan. Some people have known, but not, there have been there's a lot of people who go, what's this about? And I go, oh man, maybe I was too old. I picked an old person username. But I've leaned into it and I'm going to stick with it. So Truth Matters, thank you for the $20. What, if anything, will Johnny's testimony by Amber Heard's team offer to their case? I mean, it depends. If they can land some really telling, moment, then that might help them out a lot. But what I suspect they're going to get is a lot of Johnny Depp being personable and relatable and likable on the stand and taking a long time to do it and running out their clock. I just don't understand there. So I think Kurt is too sleepy, and Emily said she can't go on cam. So yeah, that does not surprise me because it's getting late, and also, I mean, it's Kurt was at it all day. So I'm just looking here. So just Cindy Emery, thank you for the $5 super sticker. Michael A, $20. What's your PayPal? I have to set one up. I don't have one right now, but I'll set one up. YouTube donations suck harder than a turd in the bed. Well, she likes you. The spelling on that was fantastic. So yeah, I'm just snickering. Magical Mary, thank you for the $5, saying thank you for all you guys are doing. I'm in the middle of moving, so don't have time to watch the trial. Your summarizing is perfect. Well, thank you very much. Crystal, thank you for the $5. You may have already answered, but are they culling JDs? They are not limited to the scope of cross. I think they are limited to addressing new aspects, but I'm not certain on that. I will have to check probably with Rob, because as much, I'm a lawyer, but I'm a lawyer from the wrong country. So a lot of what I'm sort of commenting on or focusing on is stuff that is applicable everywhere in terms of just, what witnesses are like, what juries are like, what is a good tactical decision versus what is a bad tactical decision. But when we get into the sort of nitty gritty of the law, then I'm deferring to people who know more than I do. So SAS 812 old lady, thank you for the $5. Amber Heard is going to walk the plank, and Whitney Heard will be behind her for the final push. That's it's been interesting. Morgan Matthews, thank you for the £2. What can we expect from Depp's testimony tomorrow? I honestly don't know. I suspect that they're going to be trying a little harder to establish the counterclaim, and basically that these are Depp's statements, and a lot of that is going to run into issues of privilege. So what we might be seeing tomorrow is a whole lot of objection privileged, objection privileged, objection privileged, and yeah. All right. So Kitty Cornflakes, thank you for the $5. Question: are the jurors shielded from the fanfare happening directly outside the courtroom? I.e., do they see fans lining the street? I am going to give that one a pass, I'm afraid, because I just don't want to. I just don't want to give too much detail about what the jurors are up to, because I am concerned about that. And yeah, I've got sort of ethical rules myself. That's one I'm gonna sort of stick around or steer clear of. Ernest Williams, thank you for the 10 pounds there. I'm sad that you didn't choose to go with Runkelstiltskin. I feel like that wouldn't have gotten that'd be a different thing there. Also, shout out to a fellow white hair before your time. Yeah, I started on this when I was like 16. And I actually went to the doctor going, I'm getting a lot of gray. What can I do about this? And he's like, learn to like it, because it's going to happen. So fair enough. All right. Ali, thank you for the $2. Thinking of flying in for Tuesday. Any advice? Get there early, and it's going to be a circus. Bring a pillow. It's so yeah. DUI guy ordered pizza for the line, and they canceled the order. Wow, that is terrible. Yeah, if they don't have pizza by the time I'm done streaming, I will send them something. Caitlin Yokoyama, thank you for the $20 for the energy drinks for you and the team of lawyers breaking this all down for us. Thank you very much. The Best Life, thank you for the $5 saying take my money. Thank you. Heather O, do you have little kids with cute little dress shirts? I have no kids, and probably I don't know. I think I might be a bad parent. I'm not terribly inclined to have any, just because my attention deficit, I would struggle in certain ways. So that is its whole other sort of issue there. So yeah. All right. What type of law do you do, Runkle? I do criminal defense and firearms law. And so this is a trial that is not a criminal matter, but it has a lot of criminal sort of involvement in the sense that the allegation is sort of allegations that otherwise would be criminal. But yeah, that's what I look at. And firearms law is basically if they're trying to take somebody's guns away. I am the guy who sort of potentially can represent them on that. So Tom B, thank you for the $5. Big fan, Runkle. Do you think Amber Heard's team will be hamstrung by the rules of direct examination if they call JD to the stand? No, because I understand that they will be able to ask leading questions. I think they'll be hamstrung by the fact that Johnny Depp is a much better witness than they would like. Stay strong. Thank you for the $5. What you said is so kind about super chats. Pressure's heart you got. I mean every word of it. I do not ever want somebody going into a hardship for me. So that is a thing. Shauna, I love watching you and Rob together. Everything you and the whole LawTube community is doing to help us get an inside glimpse of this. The case is amazing. I really hope you got some well-deserved rest. I am feeling much better. And Rob is a great guy. He and I just, we relate really well. It's a great time. So yeah. So Michael A, thank you for the $20. People are allowed to be stupid with their own money. Stop telling people not to be stupid. It's redundant from the USA. Thank you, but I mean, I got to be me. So Francine Harada, thank you for the $5. Do you think Amber Heard's attorneys are switching sides because they can't stand working with her? All the bloopers. No, I think they're doing the best that they can with a very difficult client. And yeah. I see people are saying 150,000 subscribers. I have no words for that. I'm going to have to break out some champagne in a little bit here. And I heard a dog whining. It is not yet your dinner time, dog. You've got 10 minutes, but I will have to deal with that when it comes up. Lori Leaney, thank you for the $14, saying, thank you, Mrs. Runkle, for allowing our Canadian rep to go to trial. This is for you. I will make sure she gets a spa night out of all of this. Denise Lawrence, thank you for the $10, sending rest and recuperation vibes from Paradise, Hawaii. My wife and I went to Hawaii. We stayed on the Big Island. It was fantastic. It was really magical. We really enjoyed it. I developed a bit of a taste for poke, and then I cannot find good poke anywhere else. So at least it's not the same. So that was a thing I did to myself. I developed a liking for a food that I just can't find the same anywhere else, and that is a sad thing. But oh, somebody's asking, can we see the puppers on the live? Let me see if I can get a pupper. 1 second. Zora. We'll see if we can get a puppy in here. All right, pup, come on. Come on up. Trying to persuade her to come up, but I don't think she's super feeling it. She just wants pats. So she's going to get some. All right. Cluck, Duck, Goose, Permaculture, and Miniature Horses. Thank you for the $10. Hi from Alberta Horse Sanctuary. Did anyone catch JD's therapist depot at the end of his notes? Indicated JD was questioning marrying Amber Heard just before he left for Australia. Yeah, and I mean, I felt sad when that guy was testifying there. So yeah, you can kind of see the puppy here. I can see if I can adjust it a little bit, but she's a very sweet pup. She's wonderful, and it was really nice coming home to her because she came storming up the stairs going, I want pats. It has been way too long, and I'm trying to unpack my suitcase. Can you pin Nurse Liz's details in chat? Put them in description. Thanks, Ian. They should be pinned at this point right now. Sue Hastings, thank you for the $20, and thank you for the insight on the jury. I can't wait to hear the closing arguments and jury decision. Who do you think will do closing for JD's team? I don't know. I suspect it'll be Ben Chu, but I can't say for certain. And if Camille does it, I mean, I would not be shocked. So yeah, somebody was asking what's the puppy's name. The puppy's name is Zora. She's actually named after a big court case here in Canada that deals with bail. Terry Zaleski, thank you for the $20 or for the $2. FX TV playing Pirates movies all day. Nice. Paul K, thank you for the 10 Australian dollars. Can you one day do a comparison of how Commonwealth countries conduct legal proceedings, solicitors and barristers versus just legal counsel in the States? Great show. That would be a great show, and I would I'd probably want to find somebody from the UK, somebody from Australia, just so that we can sort of banter back and forth. But yeah, somebody was amused that I was naming my puppy after a court case. Yeah, Zora is a good name, but it's also a big deal there. Oh, somebody's saying Rottenborn and Umbridge for Amber Heard, same as opening. Yeah, that would not surprise me at all. Yeah. All right. So next, thank you to Jenna Dotson for the $5. Did you see actors say Amber Heard magical in a room one-on-one? Makes you feel amazing. Makes me think of, you say a psych evaluates on video as well as one in person. Yeah. So I mentioned this before. When you're dealing with people who are, of certain personality traits, like the sort of spectrum that Amber Heard is coming from, sometimes you have to be careful because some of these people are very good at manipulation. And so one of the tactics that gets used for this is you may have two psychiatrists. And in some cases, the way it'll work is one person is actually meeting with the client, and the other watches on video in order to make sure that they're not being manipulated and to make sure that they're to keep you sort of straight. And then later, after this person comes out of the interview with the client, they sort of do a debrief. And often what's found is that people are sort of embarrassed to see just how badly they've been swayed. And so that's sort of that one-on-one thing. People are very good at techniques like mirroring or feeding you back your own interests. It's really interesting to me when I was watching the trial, from what sort of my background and knowledge is that what I was seeing is that everybody she talked to was talking about how they related to Amber, but one of the things they all mentioned was that they were relating to Amber because of how much she liked the same stuff they like. Well, they were, but they all were saying different things, right? They're all saying that Amber Heard likes these things, and it's never the same thing twice. What that tells me is that we've got a real possibility that that Amber Heard was, in fact, just kind of engaging in this kind of shadowing, where she says that she likes the stuff you like in order to manipulate you. So, yeah, it's a whole thing. And the good news is that works much less well when you're talking about from a distance and with a group of people. So it means that it's much more difficult for her to, for her to manipulate the jury. And I think that she's been trying. There's been moments where she's been trying to make sort of that intense eye contact with people, and the jury just has been looking away from her. So, yeah. Gemini, thank you for the £5. Has anyone noticed the exact same photo of wine and bottle on wood floor was used for December 15th and May 21st, just different lighting? I'm going to have to check that out. And I'm not actually sure it's different lighting, because in some cases there has been some photo fuckery. And I want to do a video on that, on that aspect. Do you reckon Amber Heard's team will try for a mistrial to avoid loss? I don't think so. I don't think Elaine is behaving unethically. I don't think there's some aspects that are there's some aspects of her testimony, or of her behavior that I don't agree with, but I don't think she's going to do anything that is that level of unethical. And quite frankly, if the court found that she'd intentionally provoked a mistrial, the potential consequences for her personally could be huge. They could, for instance, direct that there be a new trial with her paying the entirety of the costs, and that's going to bankrupt her. So she's not doing that. I just don't see it. That's not going to be a thing. NG or NBGS TV, thank you for the $3. Ref to Edmonton Shop, Alex Curiosity Incorporated on YouTube. I'm going to have to check that out. So I am going to make a little note here and try to track that down, because, yeah, that's interesting. People noting that people with personality disorders have a vacant or distorted self-image, which can manifest itself as an imitation of another person's speech mannerisms, behavior, style, dress, daily habits, mirroring. What it sometimes happens is that people can have basically a need for love and admiration, and they'll just do whatever it takes to get it. And so, yeah. Would I agree that neither party will be getting A-list movies? I don't know. It's really difficult. Somebody says, still can't get over her mocking the plaintiff, mimicking his voice. I did not like that moment at all. And I thought that deserved a call out. I hope she got some commentary from the judge saying that does not happen again in my courtroom. Yeah. What to do in a traffic stop? People want to know. That'll have to be a whole other video, but that is a video I would like to do. So Helen Queenie, thank you for the $20. Appreciate your literal tireless efforts. Oh, they have not been tireless. I've been very tired in bringing us coverage from the inside and braving that line. Happy to donate to your travel costs / wife's appreciative gift. This week is going to be exciting. So thank you very much for the $20. And you are correct. It will be. Mike Quaglia, thank you for the $20. This super chat is for how epic exhausted Runkle was / is. We'll see if we get there tonight. King Joshi, thank you for the $10. What, if any, is your opinion of this case crashing due to the lawyer or Amber Heard? I think it has been crashing due to Amber Heard. She seems to be the driving force in a lot of these decisions. She seems to be making Elaine make bad decisions. And I mean, if she loses this case, I actually think that going from the start, She had a case she quite possibly could have won. And what I mean by that is, if they can say that the essay allegations were somebody else doing the headline, and if they just stuck to listen, there was abusive behavior, it was, slamming doors, it was insulting, it was accusing her of going out. And if it was something like, maybe even a couple of the physical things, but some of the things that she's alleged are just so wild and so implausible and so unbelievable. The whole thing of being dragged across broken bottle glass, I'm like, no, that never occurred. That didn't happen, and anybody saying it did, I think is, you know, it's just not possible. But they could have convinced them that there's. I think had she kept to her reasonable, to a reasonable story, which of the stuff that we sort of know happened, she probably could have said, "Listen, it would have been entirely reasonable for somebody to form this opinion." But I just I don't see it. So yeah, I think that she has really tanked her own case, and by trying to make it too good, and yeah. Joel O'Neill, thank you for the $20. It's much appreciated. Weechick, thank you for the $10 super sticker. Thank you very much. Weechic. So I'm not sure. That looks like a design company. That's neat. Jean Simone, thank you for the $2 super sticker. Kenneth Elmata, thank you for the $10 super chat. Thanks for the great work on the whole legal team YouTube or legal tube team, as well as the supporting cast, spouses, family. It this is a bit of a thing for them too. Appreciate greatly your honesty and sincere chats. Keep it up. Thank you very much. Aaron Flemons, thank you for the $10. Thanks for letting us share in the experience. Keep up the good work. Dominique L, Runkle on my phone, DUI guy on my TV, since both are live at the same time. That's amusing. I have at times done things like where I'm streaming and listening to another member of LegalTube or LawTube's streams. There it can be hard to sort of keep up on everything that's going on. So yeah. All right. Patricia Douglas, sent guy with shotgun image, could be logo. I will check that out when I have a moment. I'm not sure when I get moments, but QBob Code, thanks for the £9. Runkle, I'm from the UK, so I know your Uncle Rumpel. Yeah, check out the Dave Neal show feed as he thinks Johnny coming back to the stand is a nail in the JD Camp coffin. Get him on the group chat. I don't know that I would say that it's a nail in their coffin. I think it's actually the opposite. I think it indicates that Amber Heard is. I think it indicates that they're a little panicky. So some of LawTube watches everything. Others only watch what's presented to the jury. What are the pros and cons of both of your methods? Well, if you've watched everything and you've followed all the UK coverage, you might have a better idea of what's coming next. And that's an advantage. That gives you some commentary. If you're watching only what's been presented to the jury, well, then that gives you a better idea of what the jury is thinking and what the jury is going to be basing their decision on. So yeah. All right, so I am going to take a brief break here, and that's going to be about 10 minutes. And that is because the puppies, who are very important, are going to want some food here. So I'm going to put a puppy up on the screen, and that is the puppy. And I will be back very shortly to resume. But yeah, the puppers are important, and they will, if they don't get their food, they're going to start expressing opinions about that. So, all right, I will be back in just a moment. All right. So, puppies have ate, and now they're outside having a little romp and doing the other thing that happens after they get fed. So, I can pick up here. I will have to. I will have to step out for a moment again later once the pups want to come in. But yeah, uh, Angelin Van Dale, thank you for the $5 super sticker. Mary Turple, thank you for the $10. Has anyone mentioned your resemblance to actor John Cusack? All the time. Love the channel. Thank you very much. Carrie Colton, thank you for the $5. Hello from, is that Missouri? You're doing a great job. Did you see the videos of Amber Heard taking a pill and the deputy retrieving her water bottle? I haven't seen the deputy retrieving her water bottle. I'm not sure what that would be about. I can't imagine it would be about collecting evidence, but yeah. Somebody was asking, did I love the alpacas? Oh man, I kind of wish I could own an alpaca where I am. They're so soft, so soft. Yeah, that yeah. Helene, I missed your question that you were saying that you couldn't ask as a super chat. So somebody was saying that it was quick that the pups yeah, they eat real fast. They they don't sort of slow down there. All right. Say, human, may we please do a poll on the length of time the jury deliberates? I don't actually know how to do a poll. I'll have to figure that out. Sorry. I see Hogue is at 97.6K. He needs 100K. Go so close. Yeah, if you haven't seen Virtual Legality, he does great commentary. He's been helping support a whole lot of this. So go subscribe to Hogue if you haven't yet. GG Jeep, I think. Thank you for the $5. Law Nerds supports. Love the Law Nerds. Lotus, you're one of my favorite law tubers, Runkle. Now I have to know, do you play D&D? And if so, what's your character's race class? I do play D&D. I haven't played in a bit. I'm going to try to get back into that. But the group I've got going on right now is I'm running a gnomish wizard. So, yeah. Chad Haggerty, it's $14. You'll be traveling longer than the jury is deliberating. Agree or disagree? I actually agree with that. I suspect that I will have done more traveling than the jury will do deliberating on this. Somebody noted deputy might have taken water bottle to put in recycling bin. Yeah, that would make sense to me. All right, so Sorana NC, Amber Heard, perjury. Yeah, you're so. It's yeah, that was such a weird moment where they they call this lawyer and he gets and they're asking him about why he was thinking Amber Heard committed perjury. That's the last thing I'd want to hear from or as a witness. ASMR gives me brain tingles. Thank you for the $2. And I am going to make an executive decision here. I am going to go into YouTube Studio here and turn off super chats just so that we can get to some of the older ones. And yeah, just because. All right, so super chats. What's this? It's not letting me. Why is YouTube doing this to me? I think YouTube is trying to murder me. All right, just trying to make sure that we get through this tonight. So, all right. Sorry, just I think that's taken care of here. So, I'm gonna try to to get through all of that, and yeah. All right, so hopefully we'll be able to get through things because I've still got like pages of super chats from previous days here. So I'm going to get through what we've got here and what we've got before, and then maybe get some sleep. So ASMR gives me brain tingles. $2 for you using fewer correctly. Well, thank you. Zach Frisch, I pledge 1 million if while at court you offer Dr. Curry a muffin. I am not going to do that. but I appreciate that, and I also suspect that this pledge is probably about as good as an Amber Heard pledge. So, all right. What order for closing? Happy Victoria Day. I believe that it would be plaintiffs go first. Hilda Angulo, thank you for the $5. Heather Sparrow, thank you for the $10. A little travel help. Thanks for your sacrifice of sleep to keep us informed on the vibe in the courtroom. Your insights have been interesting, so thank you very much. Ainsley Deeble, thank you for the Australian $5. Do you think the mass Step fans showing up every day indicates to the jury the public opinion, or that he's just famous? It could actually be either. They could well think either of those things, and yeah. So I'm told that I was successful in turning off super chats. That is a good thing. I'll have to remember to turn it on later. But Patricia A, contact a college that has a marketing and graphic arts department to have your logo banner updated as class project. Lots of talent for near zero money. That might be a good idea. Kate Gorton, thank you for the $10 with the thank you for your hard work and coverage. Thank you. Bush Pusher, thank you for the $10. If there's a hung jury and Dep Ops to try again, does a new jury have to be comprised of folks who didn't watch any of this trial? I don't know where they'd find one. Like, is it just going to be like deep sea fishermen and, people who literally live in a forest? Like, they're going to have a real hard time if that's something they're insisting on. Richard Freeman, I'd assumed you were single for the longest time. It's the face that people do that. It's awesome. It's because you're mindful of her feelings. Probably time for a succinct and clear canned answer to handle this as your subs rise. Yeah, that's probably true. Yeah, I just go with I am very married. I love her to bits. So, yeah. Moo H, thank you for the £5 or Q-Day18. There's a video of Amber Heard looking like she stuck something into her mouth during trial. Hypothetically, could she get in trouble for drugs in court? Hypothetically, if they were to catch her, she could get into so much trouble, but there just isn't any likelihood there. Hogue, how you doing?
How are you doing, Ian?
Well, I heard some good news. I heard that you were real close to 100,000 subscribers.
I am. I'm at just under 98,000. So actually,
Wow.
you mentioned me. I can only be here for a couple of minutes because I'm doing merger documents right now. Sunday nights in lawyer land, folks. But I saw a different number under your videos. Does that say 150,000, Ian?
It does.
I am so
can't
happy
imagine.
for you, man. I am so happy for you.
And as soon as I've got rest again, we have to do sort of a video game nerd hanging out stream because
now with a lot more friends, yeah, we'll go nerd out, and then we'll drop those subscriber numbers down to where they belong, right, Ian? Both you and me.
It's I mean, if anybody in the chat doesn't realize that I'm a massive nerd, well, now is your day to be corrected on that because.
Are you kidding me? We'll do something fun. We'll have you over on Virtual Legality or otherwise, and you'll describe all the various blades that Geralt of Rivia uses. It'll be perfect.
I mean, I've got my own sort of collection here. People are always surprised when I'm like, I got one right here.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Yeah, I remember my parents were like, "Oh, Ian's just the sweetest person." Then he pulls off the biggest knife we've ever seen. So no, I don't want to delay you. I know, super chats and everything else. I want to hang out with you for 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes and back to documents. But I saw 150,000 and it's like 2 seconds ago. I remember you crossed 100,000. I was so happy for you. And like, you are killing it, man. And
thank you.
I just wanted to pop in and say that.
I appreciate it. It's hard to keep up just because I'm burning the candle at both ends and also in the middle. And, just it's been such a sort of wild ride on all of this. But I'm really thankful for everybody who's here and, everybody who's in the chat. And, especially the support of, the fellow people there, yourself, Alita, Emily D. Baker, Nick Rakita, everybody. Uncivil Law. And Uncivil Law needs to get up to 100K because he's, he does
saw
good
that
work.
live stream. I wasn't able to pop in, but yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and Rob from Law and Lumber, who is fantastic and has had tremendous success.
What a great addition Rob has been, yeah.
Oh, absolutely. And yeah, it's people are trying to tell me to turn super chats on, and sorry, folks, I am like 300
I'm already
pages.
delaying Ian.
I have the 16th and two other, separate things of past super chats I got to get through, and I may I may go on, but yeah, no, it's been amazing, and I'm looking forward to being out there for the Thursday Friday because
did that happen? Did you agree that you're going back down there?
I booked flights. I managed to move. I have something on Tuesday that was just could not be moved, like cannot at all. But
I know the feeling. I have something on Tuesday as well.
yeah, and it's just like, in law, there's certain things that you just can't move for any amount of anything, unless you're just willing to stop being a lawyer. That's kind of where that goes. And but talked to my wife. She was like, "Okay, fine, you can go."
That head motion you just made is exactly right. That is the supportive wife right there, which is like, Jesus Christ. But yes, yes.
Yeah, it's this is actually a difficult month, just because she's got a lot of sort of obligations that all kind of land on this month, and yeah, so she's being very, very kind in saying like, okay, we'll make this happen. You can go. She is, terribly good on all of that, and I have pledged to. And this is not an Amber Heard pledge. This is a thing that's going to happen. There's a particular. There's a particular sort of necklace or she's had her eye on for a long time. I think it'd look really good on her, so I'm gonna pick that up too. It's
Are you giving away a surprise right now to the internet? It's only like 10,000 of us. We'll keep it quiet.
She knows that that's happening. I've got another surprise, which is that I'm making something for Rob as a thank you for letting me stay with him. But that I need to. He's got to finish picking out his logo because he just did his logo thing today, and if the logo that was sort of the top entry is the one that that's going to get incorporated into this whole plan. So
that sounds awesome. That sounds like its own video of showing off some handiwork.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, I can show off, I do some semi-competent leather work, and that's kind of my
that's a great deal better than my leather work would be. So I think that's awesome. So yeah, well, for all of LawTube, but especially me who likes to see you there, thank Mrs. of the Bailey for us.
I will definitely do so. Sometimes goes by she who must be obeyed for the Rumpole of the Bailey reference there. And it's it's been crazy. It's kind of a wild thing. I always like lawyers have this thing where we rock imposter syndrome better than anyone else. And
it's easy to know what you don't know in law. Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, no matter how good you are in law, you are going to have moments where you walk into a courtroom and you think you're going to win, you think you've got everything, and you get slaughtered. And sometimes it's just because the judge isn't feeling it on that day, and sometimes it's because you just run into somebody who's better. So it's what is it? So it's really easy to to doubt yourself. It's really easy to all of this stuff, and so I always keep going like, why are people watching me? But I guess
because you're awesome, Ian. Because you're awesome. Because you give good commentary. Because you do it wisely and well and sincerely. And I love being on the internet with you, friend.
Oh,
nobody deserves 150,000 more than you.
Well, thank you. And I really, as I said, I love your content. More people need to be checking it out because it is fantastic stuff. And it's a side of the video game stuff that you can't normally get. That
geeking out.
Yeah, well, and it's an area where the media frequently gets stuff wrong. So I really like seeing that stuff. So,
well, don't let me delay you anymore. Start hitting some super chat. I bet you have a backload.
I have 109. I turned off super chats here for today. I have 109 from today, and then pages from previous days. So, all right, let's see what we can pull up here. Karen Hamrick, thank you for the $50. Thank you very much. Dale Bernard, thank you for the $50. Do you think Amber is directing her defense, i.e., micromanaging? Absolutely. Some of the decisions are only understandable by either Elaine is terrible, and that is not the vibe I get. That is not the reviews. That is not her reputation. And much more likely, Amber is running the show. That's my feeling on this, is that Amber is telling her to do stuff. And yeah. So I feel like, people are being too harsh on Elaine. I feel like this is Amber that is causing the trouble there. Hoda Ake, I'm sorry. I hope I didn't get that wrong. Thank you for the $7 adding to the jewelry fund for Mrs. Runkle. Thank you very much. Jennifer Page, thank you for the $20. The sleepless time you put in is respected and appreciated by all of us who know DV personally. Thank you for giving us a voice. Well, thank you. And one thing I've sort of noted here is that there's some people out there who want to make this into a men versus women thing and, whatever else. I don't see it that way. I see this as all victims should be heard. All victims should have a voice, and we can't leap to conclusions about who's which. So, this is important for everybody, and everybody, I think, in society wants to see victims properly having that voice. That is sort of where I think where we are, or where things should be. Angela Davies, thank you for the $20. Cheers to your channel's continued success and growth. Thank you very much. Thanks for all the sleepless nights and insight. Those are going to continue because I think I've got a couple more nights of sleeping on concrete yet to go.
My goodness.
Ghost, what are we to expect this next week in court? Thank you so much for being you. I don't know what all witnesses they're going to be calling. It's going to be really interesting to see this rumor that they're going to be calling Johnny Depp again. That just seems to me like a desperation play.
It's a Hail Mary, right?
Yeah, it's, we got to get something, and maybe Depp will say something, or we can catch him in something, or...
I think they're terrified they're going to get their countersuit killed. I think
that's going to happen.
They're actually going to have, so they're going to try to get Johnny Depp to say something. Oh, I do remember I told Adam Waldman to smear you.
Yeah, and but they're going to be so quick on the objections, right? And
your instruction to Johnny Depp, hearing that rumor, has to be like, take 10 seconds before you even start to speak.
Yeah.
Right. And you've already set up in court that you're slow.
He does that anyway, right? He just is a very sort of, he's a very slow speaker, and he's kind of a meandering speaker. So they're going to have lots of objection time. But the other thing is they've been so fast on the objections. You hear Elaine going, she didn't even have a chance to answer the question. It's like, yes, that is what.
That's my favorite random Elaine aside. She didn't even start answering yet. It's like, yeah, we're objecting to the form of the question.
Yeah, that is what objections are for, is to prevent them from answering the question.
It's just that the human condition usually allows some stuff to slip in, and like Camille and Ben and the rest are rocket ships.
And I think in some places she's been kind of relying on that. Like, some stuff gets slipped in and then the jury hears it. And, that's, and as much as you can tell the jury, oh, strike that. Does the jury really have that capacity?
No, I think we all know that she spent $6 million on her legal counsel because that got in the midst of a objection, and she just kept talking.
Well, and the other thing is, this has been going on for how much time? Do you really think that they're going to be able to remember which things they heard were struck and which things they heard were not?
Exactly. Very good point.
It's maybe in a one-day trial you could keep that together, but in this lengthy trial with this much back and forth and this much, anything that they heard is going to be part of their consideration. It is what it is. So, yeah. All right. We've got 103 left to go. If Johnny loses, well, before we get to the older ones, can the judge award Amber Heard $1? I think it's the jury that awards the damage amounts there. That's what I was hearing. And they absolutely could. And there's a lot of matters where people say, yes, you win and you get a shiny dollar. That said, it would be a huge victory for her. It would be worth way more than that dollar, because she could take that in and said, I win. I was the wronged party. And it would still be huge for her. Estimate: the jury will decide in blank hours on JD. I'm going to go with 4.
Oh, you're going. You think they're sneaking this in before Memorial Day weekend? You think?
I think they might. Yep. I get the feel that the jury is very much not on her side.
Okay. Well, you've been in the courtroom, because my inclination is to go with something like 20.
And I mean, it could easily be, but I think that there is a real possibility that they walk in and all basically go, "So we hate her, right?" And and then after that, they just spend some time deciding on money, which I think might be a fairly, like, the worst case for Amber Heard is if they go out and come out in 20 minutes. If that happens, she's seeing a $50 million hit. I don't see any way around that.
So you think a very quick verdict goes to the plaintiff on this?
On this one, I think
Yeah.
so.
Okay.
That's just, because I think if they want to get people over to Amber's side, they're going to have to spend some time thinking about it and arguing about it. And at least I think a couple of the jurors are going to be a very hard sell to get there.
What's interesting, if there are super pro Amber Heard people in there, well, we've seen it on the internet itself, that you could have a real kind of hardening fisticuffs kind of jury if there's real diehards in there.
I actually, a hung jury is a very real possibility, because if you have one juror who believes Johnny Depp is the wronged victim, he's had his finger cut off by this horrible person, he's had a cigarette ashed out on his face, he's had all of this stuff. That is, like, how do you change your mind from that? But if, on the other hand, you think Amber Heard is, all of her stuff is true, and that, she's been, assaulted with a bottle, that she's been, put through all of this stuff, how are you going to change your mind on that? Like, it's such a huge gulf. And it would be such, if you feel one for one side or the other, changing your mind is going to essentially feel like betraying somebody.
If you believe Amber Heard in any substantial way, I don't know how you move off of that in the jury room.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, I think that the only way you get a compromise verdict is possibly that you just get, you know what, they're both terrible, and we give each side nothing, or each side $1, or, I think that's a possibility.
You give each side the same thing. You give them both their suits, and you give them each the same amount of money.
And I mean, I think there's a real possibility that they could walk out there and come back and say Depp for $7 million. And I mean, that's not as much as he's asking for, but it's a real FU kind of number.
Like, it is. I think it was 3 weeks ago when I started saying, like, oh, that 7 comes up a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah. And I mean, that would be a real, a real sort of middle finger from the jury out there. And it's a real possibility. I could absolutely see them saying it. And I mean, the coverage on that, so it's just bizarre. I think that this is a real, it's possibly, heading for a mistrial, or, with a hung jury.
Yeah. If it hangs. Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, do they run this again if it hangs?
Johnny, without a loss and getting the stories out there he got out there, I think would really have to think about whether he needs that W on a piece of paper or not.
Yeah. And I mean, at the end of the day, you can walk away with the notion that Elaine cost $6 million. And, you can be like, that's close enough to 7. We're good.
It's close enough. Yeah. No, and I know it changed my perspective on the case, having watched it and proceed. So, that there's value there. Not for me personally. Johnny Depp doesn't care how Hogue thinks about it, but in general.
I mean, I very much suspect that they, like, who knows if we're on their radar at all. We might be on the radar of their PR teams, because, I mean, their PR teams have... Actually, that's something I wanted to ask your thoughts on.
Sure.
There's been a really interesting difference in the PR game between these two sides. Amber Heard seems to have been really relying on established media and the ability to sort of give them a packaged what appears to me giving them like a package story, and in some cases these stories read like a press release, and going and relying on that aspect. Whereas what we've heard is that Johnny Depp's PR game was to identify some independent, commenters and feed them raw information, like feed them audio recordings and that kind of thing, rather than public. Like, because if you go up to somebody like, that umbrella guy and you're like, here's a PR statement from Johnny Depp, what you're probably going to get is mockery. But they've instead been like, here is an audio recording, do what you want with it. And I think this is a really big difference in terms of how the PR game has been done. And it may actually change how PR firms approach things in future, especially because they may start realizing that, Twitter is important, YouTube is important, and there are things that they have traditionally, that they're less able to control. The media, you've got these PR firms who are really in cozy so that they can, have some control of all of this. And I think that this is, we're witnessing something getting eroded that has been kind of an institution. And I think that's a really interesting aspect of all of this.
Oh yeah, there's going to be a lot of studying of all of this. This is the first big trial of the century in a while.
Yeah, the comparison is like the OJ trial.
I think so. I thought that was unwarranted when I started, where people saying, "Hey, this might be like OJ," and it just snowballed and snowballed. This last week is going to be nuts. It's going to be nuts.
It's just absolutely, and we're watching the commentary fire up online. In terms of there's been a lot.
I know.
Oh yeah, you've been doing the headline coverage, which.
I did not think I would get as many headlines offered to me as I did. There's nothing wrong with what people are offering me. It's just so much more coverage and so much more meta coverage of the coverage than I would have expected. So I'm very likely to do one tomorrow morning about the latest Guardian / Observer piece that once again kind of doubles down on everybody that you might be listening to online is all these very bad things that we know you hate. Extremists and et cetera, et cetera. And it's like, wow. I have 1,000 videos or something on YouTube right now. Good luck showing that about me.
Yeah. It's like, okay, pick any quote you want out of thousands of hours of stuff, show where it's
discrediting on a mass level, but it's fine. I think that shows that we're effective. And I wish journalists were less agenda might be too strong, but less driven by factors outside of just kind of reporting on things than they are. But I mean, not just us, by the way. It's not a LawTube thing. It's not an Ian and Rick thing. It's everybody that's streaming and talking about this outside of those pathways that Ian was talking about. This is like the grassroots trial coverage of the century, and that's really, really interesting. But yeah, no. Headlines has turned out to have more fruit than I had expected.
And I feel like this is also why in Canada they're trying to rush through this Online News Act, and also a bill that will allow them to do. Basically, they're proposing to regulate content like mine through the CRTC, like as if I was a broadcaster. And I think a lot of that is because they want to get things back to where they were. They want to get this back to where they, to this sort of world where they have more control. I think it actually worries a lot of people, this notion that that you can't necessarily rely on being able to get a message out in the way you want it to. And that's I think we're seeing some interesting developments in that regard, and I think they're good developments. Honestly, I think that
I feel very strongly about all this. I think you were actually sitting in court when I gave when Alita let me have my 3-minute speech about how important this kind of stuff is.
That's quite likely. I mean, that's actually the one downside to being sitting in court all that time, is that I can't follow you guys and I can't hear the coverage. And I'm just sitting there going, well,
did you at least get to see the clip of us all clapping when we saw all three of you?
I haven't seen that clip. I got to track that down. But yeah. Somebody in the chat is asking, why can't I super chat? I have turned them off for now so that I can catch up because I am so far behind.
It's such a hard thing. People want to support Ian or support another person on LawTube, and yet in order to actually do this, at some point you have to say, "Here's the time I have."
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm probably going to be at this until midnight. And
right, and that's actually, this is a great time. I love chatting with you, Ian. I know I'm slowing you down a little bit. I'm going to work on some more of my documents, and then if I can get those done and out, I will pop my head back in.
Sounds good. And
but for now, I got to go do some law.
Good luck on the legal documents, because yeah, I know those are probably about as interesting as a video deposition.
Well, it's Sunday. It's almost 9 p.m. But it's like, if you look at the trial, I mean, this is finding hours in the day to do everything we either have to do or we can do. This week is just insane.
This is like the best week of all time.
I cannot possibly complain. I'm a small business owner that went through the pandemic. I had lulls that you would not believe. I'm not going to complain about this ever.
Yeah, no, but that's fair.
Here I am working on it.
It's just some of the hardest, work in terms of like most hours spent, because that's the other thing is like when you do law, the law doesn't slow down just because you got other stuff going on in your life, and it just keeps on rolling. So,
all right, well, I'm going to bounce out. If you're still going at it, I will definitely pop back in and say hi.
Awesome.
But I'm going to get back to it right now. See you, Ian.
See ya. All right, folks. That's Richard Hogue of Virtual Legality. Go sign up. He is at like just a tiny bit away from 100,000. So yeah. All right. So do I think Amber Heard's team is leaking things so they can watch LawTube for strategy ideas? I hope to God that that's not their plan, because that would be real bad. Grace M. Cabrera, thank you for the $10 super sticker. Emily Skinner, tell Mrs. Runkle, thank you for sharing your wisdom and wit is much appreciated. I hope she gets a good piece of jewelry and I'll contribute so she can have a good token of appreciation. Not easy having you gone, but thank you. When I pick that up, I will show it off to you guys. So Brandy Catano, thank you for the $10. Thank you for all you do, Ian. I'm excited to hear you are going back to Virginia. Also got called for jury duty next month. Go figure. Wish me luck. I wish you luck. I hope you get something interesting and not a fraud trial, because those can be, yeah. So, yeah, just having a look here. Thank you for the $5 from KT. Crystal can help you mod as well. I think I tossed a mod your way. Thank you. Carolina resident, $5. Doesn't Amber asking for 50 million more than Depp make her look bad in the eyes of the jury? It certainly might. Juries look at all sorts of things. Luke Pearson, thank you for the New Zealand $5. The least likely but most hilarious thing would be trying to get Depp as an expert in acting to roast Amber's fake crying. Won't happen, but it is a funny as heck notion. So yeah, that's good stuff. Jennifer Smith, congratulations on 100K. Question: if JD's team wants someone to testify, but that person can't afford to travel, can the team pay for their travel? Yes, that is a thing that happens. In fact, quite often. Kit Kat, follow him on Instagram. Let's get his numbers up. I don't really use my Instagram, but I should start. Shanna Dalton, thank you for the $5. Are you a fan of the show Letterkenny? I actually haven't watched it. I know I should, but I just don't have the time usually. Thanks for sacrificing your sleep to be our eyes in the courtroom. You rock, eh? Well, thank you very much. Tanya B, I also talked to you on Twitter. If you still need an extra mod, love what you do for us. I should probably track you down and sign you up. Jackson, thank you for the $10. Thank you for your work covering this case. Is there a penalty for mocking JD in court on the Amber Heard redirect? Possibly. She could get chewed out for that. Or openly arguing objections the jury could hear. Same thing. She could get chewed out for that. Follow JD on Instagram. Let's support him. Justice for JD. People can go ahead and do that. I mean, I'm here for the trial thing as opposed to a fan thing, but it is, I actually think it's a really sort of interesting aspect. People are asking me what I think of the bruise kit on the ice cream picture. I don't know. I would really like to see I'd like to see a witness check that or have that put to Amber Heard, because that is potentially fascinating. Julie Wilson, thank you for the $5 super sticker. Crispy, Lawtube, or the Red Dwarf Posse. All you need to do is the sick Red Dwarf shuttle. Do you think Amber Heard is tongue-tied while being a smeghead? Or is she more of a polymorph, Lawtube, or Legion, but they have normal light switches? That is a cavalcade of references, and I like all of them. So, is that Emily Skinner, Mr. Brunkle Appreciation Fund, Leatherwork. I do needlepoint. It's kind of the same, or a lot of sewing in both. I love all the crafts. I'm so grateful you're able to be there. Love your friendship with Lumber Law, and the world needs y'all. Thank you very much. Tony Cariglio, thank you for the $5. Why don't they get an expert in and explain why Amber's injuries are on the right side of her face and JD is right-handed? That could be a thing, but I mean, sometimes people land a punch on the wrong side. Sometimes people backhand. I don't know. We'll have to see sort of about that, if that's a direction they're going. Are you a fan of Stan Rogers, one of the greatest folk singers of all time? I am really bad at knowing names of people, so maybe. Kekins, thank you for the $5. Heart of Inspiration. So if Team Amber Heard runs out of time, they won't be able to do any cross. Could that be grounds for an appeal? If they run out of time, they can't cross. But that's not going to be grounds for an appeal. They knew the rules of the game going in, and that's it. This is like saying, is it going to be, grounds to review a chess game because you ran out of time? Nope, that's just how it is. Richard Freeman, thank you for the $5. Times to enable the YouTube join member button and maybe turn off super chats during super chat catch-up streams like Legal Bites does. You're not wrong. I will have to turn that on at some point. Shannon, thank you for the super sticker. Ann Liebman, how do you actually read a jury and come to an opinion? Thanks. People have tells, right? People, you can see when they're bored. You can see when they're writing stuff down. You can see when they're looking up with interest. You can see when they make a face. You can see when they, any of this stuff. So all of that is the kind of stuff that I'm watching for. And yeah. Somebody's saying, can they ask for more time if they run out? I'm sure they can ask. I don't think they'll get it. So mods, can you please remind Runkle about the dogs? I'm listening for the dogs. The dogs are still outside. They are having a good time. So that is something they are enjoying, and they can come in when they're done. But right now they are romping with each other. Jody Adkins, thank you for the $5. If the jury deems there was abuse, then doesn't she win? Since it appears it went both ways, wouldn't the jury have to rule for Amber Heard? Not necessarily. They could, for instance, determine that they could say that there was abuse, so the actual subject of the op-ed, that they lose on that point. But they could say that we don't believe the whole bottle story, and therefore, because of that, they feel that she republished it by retweeting it and endorsed it by retweeting it, and therefore that Depp wins on that allegation. So that is an entire path where they can say, yes, we feel that Depp was abusive, but not in the way that we were saying. So yeah, so that is kind of a, that is an entire angle that could possibly happen. Richard Freeman, 99 cents like Uncivil and more can afford it. Uncivil's got a great philosophy on that. Kekins one, thank you for the $5. Amber Heard acting coach said trouble crying when acting. Yes, the jury seemed to notice that. Amber Heard testifying doesn't cry, but they said she was crying when reporting DV to her. Both can't be true. I mean, I think that the whole she can't cry when she's faking it, or she can't produce tears when she's faking it, was a really bad thing to put in front of the jury. Lynn's over it. Thank you. Towards the Coffee and Donut Fund, thank you for all your reporting. Thank you very much. Amina Azaki, hello from Egypt. We have a different court system in Egypt. Can you explain to me what rebuttal is? So after you call a witness and you've cross-examined them, the other side, you can let's say you've got a witness who testifies to something that is unexpected. Somebody says, listen, I couldn't be robbing that bank because I was actually at this diner down the street, and so I was seen nearby, but but that's not it's not the same, but I wasn't actually at the scene. You could call a rebuttal witness of somebody who was in the diner, maybe somebody who was working there, to be like, I didn't see them there, and I would have seen them if they were there. So somebody to counteract that. So that's sort of what a rebuttal witness is. Bunny McEwen, thank you for the super sticker and the $20. Chris P, thank you. Simon Tupper, business card, Mr. Runkle, not a wizard. It's certainly an idea. Shannon G, thank you. Thanks for helping us all feel part of this trial. Based on what you've seen so far, how do you think this is going to go? Love from Scotland. I put it about 70-30 that Amber Heard walks out of that courtroom a lot poorer. So, yeah. So I see somebody saying, do I have memberships? I don't have memberships set up, and I probably won't get them set up tonight, but I will probably set them up for another time. Jackson, if Amber Heard's team declares Johnny Depp a hostile witness, what can his team do to protect his attorney-client privilege? They can object to every question they ask that would interfere with that. So expect to see a lot of objections coming up. So Court TV is just TMZ with court privileges. Thanks for all your analysis and sleeping on the street. And thanks to Mrs. Runkle. So thank you for that. Somebody was asking, where does the money go that people give me? My dream on all of this is to turn my legal practice into a pro bono practice. So basically, my dream is that eventually I'm hopeful that YouTube can be the primary, that YouTube can be where I make my money, and that instead that I do the law for free. And so basically just entirely taking, people who are in trouble and going to help them out. So if I can end up being a purely pro bono legal practice, that is what I want to do. Sometimes I also do videos that involve like props or physical items, and those can cost money. Stuff like plane tickets. I just dropped not trivial cash to fly back to Virginia, so it goes there as well. Yeah, but that is my real. That is what my ultimate sort of plan would be. If I can, if everything goes better than I ever expected, then it'll just be purely pro bono law. And the worst thing about doing law is asking people for money, especially when you do criminal law, because a lot of people don't have a lot. And if you're talking to somebody who lives like in in squalor, and then you're like, I need money, that sucks. I hate that aspect of that. So that is what I want to do. So all right. So L Taylor, thank you for the super sticker. I greatly appreciate it. Musical explosion. Thank you for the for that. If Amber hit Johnny, does that affect defamation? It'll weigh into the jury. So Char, thank you for the $10, saying thanks for what you do and share with us. Appreciate it. Lori Riley, thank you for the $5. Jason Momoa's short YouTube's dissing Amber are hilarious. I haven't seen those, but that sounds highly entertaining. Lane Weldon, thank you very much. That's very generous. The 140 Canadian. So proud of you, Runkle. Thank your wife from us. I really appreciate that. Suke Diaz, Harvey Levin from TMZ says this trial is one of the best trials since the OJ trials. Yeah, and I actually think that this one is a really good one for just things like juries and objections, and there's all sorts of things to learn from it. I am, the celebrity aspect is one thing. I really like the legal aspects, and that's where I nerd out. So Elaine B has been very unethical with how she's handled this case. When she objects to the opposing side, she inserts testimony with her objection rather than simply objecting. Yeah, I don't like that a whole lot. She's a rotten. I don't know. I mean, the judge can step on that a little bit. Thanks. Any word on Amber Heard UK perjury consequences? So I've actually been in touch with a UK lawyer, and the UK lawyer was telling me a little bit about how they pursue perjury there. And apparently the way they pursue it there is vigorously. I am told that they lay perjury charges all the time, as opposed to here in Canada, where they do it very rarely. So it is apparently a very real possibility that that they'll go there. So and I just see a question here. Am I another Trudeau loving a-hole? I do not have any love for Trudeau. I don't understand why anybody does. He is very much an authoritarian. Um, I will vote for people who haven't done blackface repeatedly, who haven't openly mocked Indigenous water protesters, who don't love government censorship. I am not a big fan of him. So, yeah, the UK, if she gets charged with perjury, the US is unlikely to extradite her. But it will really affect her travel plans because she will have to make sure that she never goes to the UK, and she never goes to anywhere that might arrest her and send her to the UK. So she's going to need a whole legal team to tell her where she can take a vacation. That is the kind of thing that can affect you. And quite frankly, I think that that it's a big deal if that goes through. And I mean, there's a real risk that she ends up screwing that up because she's the kind of person who is a world traveler. She's going to like those vacations and so forth. And if yeah. So I see. Was it? Sorry, 1 second. I'm just trying to track this comment here. Things are scrolling fast, but somebody was saying that I work for Disney and have info, but no one reads my comments. I'm reading your comment right now. Please, if you've got information, drop me a line on Twitter. So, yeah. All right. So there's still a whole pile of super chats here. Cloud Love, thank you for the $10. Hi, Runkle. Sorry if you've mentioned this, but can you impeach a witness instead of the defendant or plaintiff? The Howell Heard thing has me confused. Would it be a hearsay issue if she wasn't there? You can absolutely impeach a witness who isn't you can impeach any witness. So, absolutely any witness if you want to contradict them. Impeaching isn't like a special, practice or anything like that. Impeaching is just something that you can do. It's a set of techniques for showing the jury that a witness is lying. So you can impeach a witness. That is, totally a thing there. All right, Stephanie Hell, thank you. And we've got an Emily D. Baker Purple Heart, so always love to see those. Angie Cordero, thank you. Here's a tune for your Sunday sing-along that you might like. The Dangerous Ones by Casey Anderson. Now go feed the pups. Pups have been fed. They are playing with each other in the backyard now. KT, thank you for the $2 there. Jennifer Harder, thank you for the $50. Keep kicking butt. Love seeing your commentary at breaks. You're winning our law-nerd hearts. Well, that's another thing I have been really liking is being able to come out and, during the breaks and jump through. Somebody saying, am I going to be in court tomorrow? No, the next day I am going to be in court is Thursday. So I'm just going to be watching and probably, seeing if I can join in on a stream, but I may have to do so. Am I in Edmonton? I absolutely am. That is where I am right now. Aaron Fay, subscribed because of Emily, here to stay. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Many thanks to you and the rest of the law tubers for the much needed professional insight and idea. Get Rob a Lee Valley Woodworkers tool catalog. I know he will really appreciate it. I would be surprised if he hasn't heard of Lee Valley, but I'll check with him. I bet he has. Lisa Thompson, thank you for the $20. Thank you for all you've been doing for all of us. You are our eyes in the courtroom. We love you, Runkle. Well, thank you very much. I'm gonna pass on reading the name there, Mr. Madik. Thank you for the $2. Rob is judge material. Plant the seed with him. I hope that's not intended as a as a double entendre. Gentle Rain ASMR. So excited you'll be back. Wouldn't be the same without you. Thanks, Mrs. R, for the sacrifice. Love from a fellow Canuck law nerd with ADHD. And yeah, there's a lot of people with ADHD in the legal profession. It is it's kind of a thing, I think, but it's kind of there's an advantage to it and there's disadvantages to it as well. So somebody saying super chat is turned off for those asking. Yes, I'm trying to catch up on them, so I'm way behind. But I'm down to 47 from today. Methods of Mayhem, thank you very much. Amina Zaki, thank you. Kara G, what do you think this trial seems to be going so differently than the UK one? I think that they learned some things from the UK one, but I think that they also I think that also they're doing a better job. I think. So I know it's ridiculous. Conclusions of law. I know it's ridiculous, childish, and unimportant. But what's the consensus on whether Amber Heard pooped the bed? Thinks the jury believed it. She did, or cares. I don't know. I don't think it's the most important thing. But I mean, you saw the pictures. I don't think that was a. I don't think that was a teacup Yorkie. So yeah, it's possible, but that looks to me like a person. So the jury may well be thinking the same thing there. Julie Gomez, thank you very much. What do you think the impact this case will have on careers of Amber Heard's attorneys? I hope it's not going to do anything to those careers. I hope that she's going to. I hope she continues to be successful. I mean, I don't have any issue, with that. I don't like every decision she's made. I will be open with that, but I don't think she's as bad as as what people are saying there. So yeah. All right. Renee B, thank you very much. Thank you for going on Emily D. Baker and other streams directly after the trial, doing a timely full recap later, not getting involved in the distasteful memes. Well, thank you very much. Trying to stay above, keep my head above the muck. Lisa Brown, thank you very much. Runkle, you sound so much better after getting some sleep. I think you were nearly delirious. I'm not sure it was nearly. I think I might have been actually straight up delirious, but just, going and doing my thing there. But yeah, I still need to watch that and be like, I hope I didn't say anything too embarrassing. So since Amber Heard lied about the donations, can Johnny Depp appeal the UK case now? I don't think he can, but that's unfortunate. Congratulations on hitting 150K. Thank you very much. If you need another mod, feel free to add me. You're doing great. I will have to track you down. This whole thing of needing mods is not a problem I used to have. Raging Redhead, thank you. Did you see the TikTok of what looks like Elaine meeting Johnny Depp and getting an autograph? I don't think that would be a thing. People think she was a fan at one point and fell for Amber Heard lies. I don't think that would be a thing during this trial. So if it happened, it would have been beforehand. That would be very strange. Thank you, Kim Woody, for Mrs. Runkle's jewelry. Thanks for representing Canada. Congratulations on 150K subs and a wizard emoji. Oilers or Flames? I'm not really a big hockey fan, I'm afraid. Sorry. Hallie Picciano, stolen from another, love too much not to share. Amber Heard team wants us to don't believe what you've seen, believe what you heard. That is clever. So justice for Johnny. Thanks for covering the case in depth. It's given me a new appreciation for law and how to analyze cases as a citizen. Very cool. Thank you. I really appreciate hearing that because that's kind of what all of this is about. Raging Redhead, did you see that TikTok about what looks like Elaine meeting Johnny Depp and getting her autograph? Also about her crying outside court. I honestly suspect that this has been a very difficult time for Elaine, and I really have some sympathy for her. I feel bad. I mean, I think she's made some bad calls, but I think those were probably Amber's calls. I really feel that this is a tough time for her there. So that's yeah. I don't know if the crying after court is a thing that happened, but I think there have been times when I could see on her face that it was really not a good day for her, and I got sympathy. Danielle W, could the jury feel bad for Amber Heard? She seems unwell. They certainly could. Natasha, here's a pint or two, a gallon of coffee or tea. Thank you for sacrificing your sleep for us. Thank you very much. I am going through caffeine. Summer Eve, thank you for the $27.99. Did you do your undergrad at U of A? I did my undergrad at Simon Fraser University. Here's some loonies for your next trip to the Black Dog. Well, thank you very much. Dana R, thank you. How important is the writing on the mirror, and do you think they should bring in a handwriting expert? I don't know if that a handwriting expert would help. We'll just, we'll have to see. They certainly could. Somebody's asking, is Superchat disabled? It is for now. I'm trying to catch up. I might turn it on again a little later. But Sherry, thank you for the $5. Thanks for your insights and updates from the courtroom. It'll be an interesting week. So you're not wrong. Thanks for keeping us updated on the crazy from Torchwood Gal. Thank you very much. Julie Gomez, thank you. Aaron Liu, hi from Toronto. Keep up the great work. Thank you very much. Carrie the Cat Mom, was Amber Heard team surprised at remaining time, or did they have someone independently tracking on their side? Thanks for all y'all do. I didn't notice if they were surprised, but I would be quite surprised if they weren't keeping track. If they were shocked to find out that they're 10 hours behind, then that's a bad sign. Shannon Burton, thank you, Runkle. Kate Moss with no cross. Yep, well, that might happen. El Verbena, thank you for the $5 for pup treats. I'm going to have to buy them something nice. Sandra Young, thank you very much. CF, thank you. Jennifer Shelton, thanks for your perspective and commentary on the trial. Thank you very much. Raj Nath, Runkle, as you were in the court, is Amber Heard as beautiful as everyone says she is, or is it all Milani cosmetics? Well, I can tell you she's been walking in every day wearing some incredibly expensive outfits. Some of them look better than others. Her hair is probably a $750, $750, arrangement each day. I am sure she's wearing like full makeup and so forth. She's pretty stunning. She's pretty striking. I'm not going to say that she's, anything other than that. She's, it doesn't surprise me that she turns heads, but, that's not what the trial is about. And I don't think it's going to sway the jury here. Marshmallow Dreams and Lemon Drops, aloha from Hawaii, pledging you poke. Well, thank you very much. Please don't mail me any poke. That would be messy. Annie Ogrezetti, hi Ian, can they contact the owner of the house in Queensland to confirm that a wall phone didn't exist, that Amber, I think that's Amber Heard claim JD smashed up and lost his finger. They certainly could. I don't know if they have that person on their witness list. CR169 Designs, don't jurors see the JD fans in support when leaving and arriving? That's possible. Even though they can't read about the trial, isn't this a way to learn some info? I mean, there might be contamination through all sorts of ways, and that is very much a possibility. Cyberhawks, if a person manipulates a photo through editing, couldn't that be viewed as obstruction of justice by manipulating evidence? There's all sorts of things that could be seen as, all sorts of ways that could get you in trouble. Jane Gregory, is it difficult to prove perjury? Well, you have to prove that, something was said in two different, that it was an actual lie under oath. So that is difficult because, you can have things that aren't lies, but are, misremembering or, confusion or misunderstood or whatever else. So especially when Amber Heard answers many times with I don't recall, it's practically impossible to show that I don't recall is a lie. So thank you. Congratulations on your channel. Thank you very much. Is there a max time for jury to deliberate before hung jury? If not, does judge just eventually call time on them? Eventually they will call time, but there isn't really a specified max. It's basically just that eventually the jury may signal, hey, listen, we can't come to a decision. That's not gonna, that's not gonna be a thing. So somebody was asking, do I pay $750 for my due? No, I wake up out of bed in the morning. This is pretty much just nature. Yeah. So yeah. Ram Cognito, thank you very much. Sayala Vadya, thank you very much. That's very generous. Thank you. Kimberly Conroy, go Flames from Calgary. Go Flames. And if so, hi Runkle, thank you for all you've done to cover this. I live near DC and didn't even want to try. I can't imagine camping out down there. I mean, I have a lot of friends who think I am absolutely crazy for having slept on a sidewalk, but I mean, it is what it is. And quite frankly, there's a lot of people out there sleeping on sidewalks right now who weren't nearly as comfortable as I was and weren't nearly as warm and so forth. So I can't complain too much. I had places I could have gone. They didn't. So yeah. Bella Tudo, I'm a platonic LawTube groupie. Love all the intelligent women and men of law. Much respect to spouses of LawTube. Thank you. And I will pass it along. John Booth, are they really putting Johnny back on tomorrow? That's what we hear. I don't understand it. It seems like a blunder, but maybe it'll pay off for them. Stella Black, thank you for the $20 super chat. Zane, love all the insights from LawTube family. Would love to mod for you if you're in need of any help. I think that was way back there in the chat, so I'm not sure how I'd track you down now. Jackie, thank you for the super sticker and the $20. JRR, can you explain why Whitney said Johnny came up from behind her, but both Johnny and Amber said Whitney was in the middle and said nothing about her getting hit? Do you think the jury picked up on this? I suspect the jury was picking up on this, but I also think that they have not been finding her to be terribly credible. So I think that that's kind of a thing. So looking at some ones from before, from Moxie Therapy, loved how Amber thought it was an insult to say Camille wouldn't know what a Coke table would look like. She gave her the you low life Camille face. Yeah, I mean, I find that to be interesting as an insult, right? How would that be an insult? So Joan Schultz, thank you for $100, and this is again from a few days ago. I'm in Baltimore and wish I could come down to hold a spot, but I can't. But I love all of you and so appreciate all you're doing to cover this. Rubia Juju saying, so jelly, wish I was there. Thank you for your perspective. How many are alternates? And so 2 are alternates. Somebody's saying, why am I not camping in line? Because I am currently in Edmonton and I'm not going to be back there until Thursday will be the next day I can be in court. So whoops. Somebody's saying that they'd love to see me in Branca with Law of Self-Defense, do a stream on Canadian and U.S. gun law. That is a thing that should happen at some point. So Alan V. Pansies, as a physician, I did 36 hours of shifts with no sleep. Thank God that's over, though. Yeah, and that's actually been associated with medical errors and deaths, and that is not a good thing. I don't think that's a thing we should be doing with physicians. So yeah, that's a big thing there. So Brooklyn girl Camille sure did shy away from using the word and the R word, which I'm gonna shy away from because YouTube. You and Rob are fantastic. We're lucky to have you both. Thank you very much. So people are saying we need to coordinate line things. I'm going to try to sort of skim through here because it's kind of, brutal here. Somebody, Alfredo Delgado, thank you for the $10. I'm nowhere near able to offer to save you a spot in line, but here's some money toward a sidewalk tent. They are not allowing tents, so they will shut you down if you try to set up a tent. Lawsome Sauce says if Camille isn't a partner already, she should not only be made partner but a named partner. Imagine the rain her name will make for her firm. Absolutely, she's done fantastic work. So somebody's saying, don't y'all need to head over to the courthouse? They weren't wrong about that. We didn't end up getting in that day. Law and Slumber Party, somebody said, Rob Burton. Corpus Delecti, great job being in the court, guys. Hoping I can meet up with you guys before I depart since they were 20 minutes out. Debbie O, thank you. They put $20 in on the pizza fund. So, yeah. Cat has a gun, says you guys are too cute for your own good. So thank you very much. Renee B, how did the jury react to the explanation that couch was a safe word? I didn't think that the jury spotted much on the safe word aspect, but I was kind of going, what? They had a safe word? Okay, that's an interesting thing. I mean, it's not the usual kind of safe word, but yeah. Somebody saying Amber Heard could get a second job as a drug sniffing dog. I don't think so. Drug sniffing dogs are expected to leave some behind so that you can prosecute. Dr. Gia, hey guys, loved the all-night stream. Give a shout out to Sam, DUI guy. Went to get breakfast at 7 a.m. Watched the whole stream. So yeah, couch is also a weird safe word, but yeah. Zena B, thank you for the $20 for the line fund. Castell Eldridge, doing my part to help cover your expenses. I appreciate yours and Rob's efforts to cover the trial in person. The Dragon's Treasure, Runkle and DUI guy look like they want to sell me peace and love and eventually some Kool-Aid. I'm not sure that's okay. I guess I look a bit like a hippie. So K Black for the Feed the Lawyers Fund. Thank you. Dallas Girl at Rapid Works, Dallas, Texas. Hey Rob, did you get a read on the jury or the judge today? Does she appear to show any reactions to Amber's testimony? The judge has been pretty poker faced. So Wooter K, €5. Camille was great, but let's impeach her on saying a Dutch show was Danish. Thanks for the report, guys. Yeah, a lot of people were upset about that, especially in the Netherlands. I feel like that was a thing. Nut Viana that sent a $20 super chat. Somebody's asking, can I show these chats on the screen? I can't because I had to save them somewhere else. So that I don't have the ability to do so, I'm afraid. Joe Masher, how did the judge seem to react to Elaine trying to brush off her sustaining that objection, saying it's okay? The judge did seem to be getting a little frustrated at some of the ways that Elaine was trying to get around it or disagreeing with it. So that was kind of a thing. So yeah. Amber's Heard, lady prosecutor sent $10. Amber Heard's team acted surprised at the Danish, which was Dutch, interview, but it must have appeared on Johnny Depp's exhibit list, right? I mean, it must have. They must have checked it. So, yeah. Somebody says TMZ copyrighted the Johnny Depp footage and Johnny had to pay for it to be used in court. You wouldn't have to pay for it to be used in court, I don't think. Using something in court is normally normally an issue there. Like normally that's an exception to copyright, so that's strange. Ryan 432 said Depp upon seeing Ian, Orlando Bloom has not aged well. If you know what, if I look like a knockoff version of Orlando Bloom, that's okay. So that I'll live with that. I'm realizing that I'm never gonna be able to catch up with all of these super chats, so I'm going to sort of try to cover the ones with questions in them as opposed to just support. I appreciate all your guys' support. I really do. I will die even if I just have to catch up on those ones. So yeah. Somebody saying for your security fund to protect you from Amber Heard and how she went off about how snorting cocaine works. That was not great on the on the like, let's do extensive testimony on how cocaine works. But oh, I'm so against drugs. No, you're not. Please bring Camille some red nail polish to wear when she asks Amber Heard about the fake blood on the Kleenex. I am not going to be able to bring her anything. So, yep. Somebody saying, I have the feeling Runkle just lets his hair grow. That is accurate. I do very little with my hair. I am not a big fan of hair as a concept, but yeah. AU saying mainstream media maybe after you after this. Keep bringing us the good stuff. Yeah, that kind of is a thing there. And yeah, so just looking here. Just trying to track down somebody saying, is the jury affected at all by the crowd? I hope not. So yeah. Somebody Wish sent me $5 saying, is this a pledge or is it a donation? That would be a donation because it actually landed and because you planned to send it. The pledges don't seem to be have arrived. So Janet Dick was giving some commentary. I really appreciate that. So I'm going to need to pause for just a couple of minutes here. The dogs have decided that they want back in. So be right back. And it'll just be a couple of minutes here. All right, so Potter and Zora are back in the house and just doing their thing there. Uh, People saying any jury reaction to Amber saying her sister taught her JD how to snort coke. Yeah, the not much, but the jury certainly did seem to take some notice. Uh, so just sort of looking here, I'm gonna try to, as I said, cover some of these super chats. I've realized that I will never get to all of them. I really am sorry about that. So Amber Heard is a scary quick study, though. How she responded to a medical record calling her a well-nourished male. I actually thought that was a really good. What is it? A really good moment there. Amber was quick on her feet. She pushed back, and I thought she actually scored some points back there in terms of responding to that. Now, that you know, I think it's too late there, but yeah. Ashley Burnett, why do people keep saying Mrs. Runkle? They're not insulting me. They're not trying to do anything. They're talking about my wife, who's 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 being very patient. So yeah. Uh, so what is it? Somebody noted that here from Emily, I think Amber Heard has been watching LawTube. She spoke about her bad reputation. Her bad reputation is more than just LawTube. And Rob said she was giving you the evil eye. I do think she was giving us the evil eye. So yeah. So somebody says Amber Heard gets 1 point for malnourished male or for malnourished male comment. Absolutely, that was absolutely a thing there. So, yep. So did Amber Heard implicate her lawyers when she said all evidence was handed over to them? If I were her lawyers, I would be super unhappy with that comment. That was a big deal there. So, did that lady and her son Cameron DUI guy talk to and get in okay and get a good seat? I believe they did, but I'm not certain. So what happens to the imaginary picture evidence Amber claims to have turned over? Well, it remains imaginary, and yeah, the rest of us live in the real world. Did you guys talk about 7 jurors on, but only 5 for deliberations? It's 9 and 7, I believe. So basically what that means is that there's 2 alternates. So at the end of the trial, they will say 2 of these jurors, thank you for your time. You've been here this whole time and you don't get to participate. Go home. That's kind of a brutal thing there. Versus pledge. So somebody, LawTube fangirl says, Ari, pledge versus donate. Tell Amber that if you don't make your pledge to the bank, they usually take your house. That's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. Yeah, absolutely. Most of us can't pledge our to our rent. So yeah. Just looking here. So is Runkle licensed to litigate in both Rivendell and Mirkwood, or in just one of the elf domains? Just in Canada. So, all right. Just looking here. If you were Amber Heard's lawyer, how would you try to redirect after this cross? Would you even try? I mean, you kind of have to try, but what they did was a total dumpster fire, and yeah, so that was miserable. So, fun Virginia legal fact: former attorney for Lorena Bobbitt is now the presiding judge for the Circuit Court of the City of Alexandria. That was from Charlotte H. That's pretty interesting. Coach Karen, exactly how I stated. Audio picks, impeach, get in, get out. Yep. Does the judge show? So Christine K was asking, does the judge show any disdain when Elaine talks over her and Camille? It's incredibly disrespectful. Emily was pointing the 3 of you out. Somebody wants to see the pups. It's kind of tough to show the pups because the pups are doing their own thing. So I can try to bring that in. Somebody was asking, did line jumpers Elmo and Big Bird make it in? No, they eventually gave up. That was a good thing there. Just looking here. Lane's off mic comment was after Camille's move to strike everything after yes. Your Honor, there's nothing to strike here. That roughly Johnny did everything based on new testimony donating. So yeah, that was kind of a moment there. Oh, could you explain what was inappropriate between Elaine Vasquez and the judge? We couldn't hear due to the mic. Also, it's clear that Amber was coached. I got the feeling that Amber was over-prepared. I wouldn't go so far as to say coached necessarily, but over-prepared, certainly. So what had happened was that Elaine kept talking and kept trying to sort of basically testify and also provide an answer to, she sort of provided the pledged versus donated to during cross, which is inappropriate. So somebody was asking, did Rob the Bachelor fall in love with Camille? No comment. So just looking here, Amber Heard makes an active effort to speak to and make eye contact with jurors. Is it true that no one was reacting positively? Yeah, they were certainly not seeming to react well to that. So just looking here. Watching the trial via legal bites, we felt like Camille did execute her cross-examination excellently. I was surprised at what you said being at the trial. I know I was happy with Camille's performance. I was happy with Camille's performance. Elaine looked crazy. She was absolutely having a rough time there. So spokesperson speaks for you. Lawyer doesn't agree with Joe. Yep. So is it looking here? There's a whole lot of stuff here. Somebody saying they sent me a message on Instagram. I will have to check my Instagram. I hardly ever do that. So somebody, Bogey34 says, can't do much, but can't take the service for free. Rob, DUIA have such a measurable difference. So I'm just sort of having a look here. I did a whole bunch of line hangout stuff. Just trying to catch up as best I can here. It's been a while. I'm seeing 3.5 hours. Man, you guys have a ton of patience here. All right. I appreciate it. Any idea how the jury was responding to Io's testimony? I'm thinking in particular about his emotional telling of the phone call incident. Io didn't seem terribly compelling to me. Hi from Malaysia. Out of 10, how would you rate Elaine's redirect? 2. That's sort of, I don't think they regained anything there. So justice for the line, braids for Runkle. Thanks for all your incredibly hard work. No rest for the wicked. I don't have the patience to do braids. I don't have the patience. I would end up tearing my hair out. So that would just not be a good thing. Somebody says, like your work. Maybe if you're in Washington or BC, we can go shooting sometime. That is totally a thing that could happen because I always enjoy going shooting. Law and Lumber, thank you. Sent $5. Thanks for jumping into my first ever live stream. Can't wait to see your input from inside the courtroom tomorrow. Law and Lumber is, of course, great. So just trying to hit some of the highlights here because I am going to die if I get this. How many more days is this going to continue? I found today to be awesome, especially when Elaine got frustrated and had no more questions. That was kind of a moment, huh? When Elaine was, on direct and she's just like, no more questions. And I was like, what? Are you kidding me? I have no idea why they didn't run out the clock on that one. It really worked badly for them. And yeah. So with regards to IO, Amber texted IO that night saying that TMZ will hear about it in the morning pre-mediation. So yeah, that's a big deal. Just looking here, some people who were upset as I was that I wasn't able to make it into the line or make it into court the one day. That was real brutal. So just trying to find some of the was Drew's I'm a DV survivor about Rocky. Do we know? He didn't specify, and I don't think that was something that was said. Somebody's saying I'm still live. I am still live. That is, yeah. That this is kind of an endurance thing. I'm just trying to focus on the super chats from previous days where people were asking questions that were sort of substantive in nature. Interesting to me that Josh said they met before his depot, and then they both used the words ad nauseum. Didn't think Amber Heard ever knew that phrase. Yeah. High runks, did the jury seem to register when the acting coach said Amber told her about the bottle essay right before the coach gave her deposition? Yeah, that is super a weird thing, right? So that's kind of a weird aspect. KLB, I hope tomorrow's witnesses aren't all self-serving, drug-addled freeloaders. I kind of feel that was a thing people were noticing, was that that there's this whole group, and there's kind of all sort of parasite-y that is, why would you let these people in your house? And yeah. Somebody asking, what did I overhear when I was next to the body language expert? Apparently, if you know Chanley from Court TV, she is both kind of important in that she's doing the reporting. She's also quite an attractive woman, and I'm not sure which angle this was a thing about, because apparently Amber Heard's publicist was following her around and kind of giving her the creeps. And so he might have been doing so because she's attractive, or he might have been doing so because he's trying to sort of play the PR game. I'm not sure which it is, but yeah, that was a thing to overhear. So yeah. All right, just trying to look here. I just seeing lots of people saying thank you. What was it? So somebody running in September said, my thanks for your time and work, Ian. Love your insights into the jurors. As an Asian, though not US, I can say we're largely culturally pragmatic. Let's have faith jurors will vote with their brains. Juror I is Asian, and he certainly, what is it? He certainly seems to be tuned out by Amber's side. Spiritual elements says probably better to accommodate rather than deal with in terms of disabilities. Deal sounds dismissive. I'm not trying to be dismissive of anybody. We do certainly need to accommodate things. And yeah, that's sort of what I was talking about there. And yeah, that's with regards to one juror who's using an assisted listening device. So yeah. So I see somebody here saying Court TV said that the PR guy was wanting them to publish something and they would not. They weren't buying it. That does not surprise me. Their PR guy, everything I've heard is creepy. And when I say, I overheard this, I'm not discrediting Chanley at all. I think that is the right move, that they're, keeping their distance from that guy. So that gives them some credit in my eyes. So just having a look here. Somebody saying, Runkle, you need an emoji. How about this? And they give an elf, since you're an elf. I probably do need an elf emoji in all of this, but yeah. So just somebody saying, have you seen the ACLU statement that doesn't call Amber a victim, uses the word pledge and says she pledged the money? I am losing serious respect for the ACLU and how they're dealing with all of this, because the ACLU is playing damage control by jumping in on Amber Heard's side, when what they really should be doing is evaluating things. Runkle, have you seen the video proving that Amber Heard's team used the exact same picture, but stating that it was just the lighting? I actually want to do a video on that as well, because it is absolutely the same picture. That is totally a thing. So Amber Heard can't call JD due to pretrial deal that neither team would call the principals. This appears not to be correct. It appears that they can still call Johnny Depp, and that it's just a one-sided deal. That was a very, very weird thing. Somebody says, "What is of the Bailey?" So that's referring to the Old Bailey in the UK, but it's also referring to the Rumpole of the Bailey series. Which involves a criminal defense lawyer out of the UK. He's a grumpy old bugger, which I appreciate, and it is a great great thing. So if you want to check that out, Rumpole of the Bailey is also a great series, and Runkle of the Bailey is kind of a hat tip to that. So just that there. Lots of thank yous, along with somebody saying that they're still Tiffany Byers saying that they're still simping for Rob over here. There's a lot of people, a lot of people who are very much on Team Rob on that. So I think it's making him feel a little bit uncomfortable, but he might feel more uncomfortable if it stops. I don't know. So just looking here, just those who control the coffee controls the line. So somebody else asking, were the donuts from Tim Hortons? No, because Tim Hortons, I don't think there are any Tim Hortons down in Virginia. So yep. Somebody asking, I'm in the background of a photo of Camille with the alpacas. That is kind of cool. Somebody was asking, did the jury react to the acting coach yesterday who noted she can't cry fake tears? Did they notice? They noticed. I think that was a real bad piece of evidence. So yeah. Yeah, so that is kind of a thing there. Somebody says I should check out a movie Depths in Yoga Hosers, where he and other cast pronounce about with a Canadian tongue. I might object. Rob can overturn with Pinewood. Keep up the great work, guys. Okay. Somebody had a super chat for Rob saying, my husband is jealous of your wood shop. He does have a nice wood shop. Take Ian out for poutine. He's earned it. I don't know that there'd be any good poutine in Virginia, but yep. Somebody's saying, what's the deal with bronchitis Becky? No one gave her a cough drop. I think I'm in sick in Cali listening to that. I think it was actually Johnny Depp's driver that was doing that. So yeah. Somebody in the chat asking, am I bringing Rob up to Canada someday? I would love to bring Rob up to Canada someday because, yeah, that is Rob is a great guy. I just like hanging out with him. So, do the jurors see the crowd outside the court supporting Johnny? Maybe. I don't want to give too much details about the jurors, so that is a thing. Somebody asked, is the judge being overly kind to Elaine in order to be balanced or avoid appeal? I can't believe she's this calm with Elaine. I think she's just being super fair. I think that is what she is, what she's doing. So, yeah. I think she's being very, very, pleasant there. Somebody else saying, I agreed. Johnny Depp changed after he met Amber Heard. The acting coach called Johnny Depp dark. I think Johnny Depp was depressed because of constant gaslighting he was subjected to by Amber Heard. Yeah, it was weird that they kept sort of talking about him changing, and all of the changing that was going on was that that he started falling apart after he met Amber. Like, is this somehow good for Amber that that she's making like that suggests that she's an abuser there? So yeah. What did I notice about the dynamics of Amber Heard's team today versus the other days I attended this week? That was on the 19th. They were being way more lovey-dovey. They were being super friendly, and it kind of came off to me as a little bit fake. So, yeah. Somebody noted Jackie Collier. Ben Chu wasn't Waldman's attorney. That is correct. Chu was there to protect Johnny's interest. That is exactly what was going on. Chu is Johnny's lawyer. Waldman was Johnny's lawyer, so Chu is just saying, you can't answer that because I am asserting privilege on behalf of my client. So, yeah. Somebody says, honestly, what celebrity is going to be using the Duchess of Feline and Mr. Rottenborn after this trial? They've become a joke. I think they're not going to be short of work. So, yeah. Somebody sent me $5 with what, if any, penalty jar funds. Yeah. Yeah. How is the judge's demeanor? Very calm, very polite, very fair, and even-handed. What if psychologist witness discovers ASPD behaviors after testimony of antisocial personality disorder after testimony of borderline personality data? Assessments can be bolstered by other data. So that is a thing for sure. Only good thing about Amber is at least she knows how to turn the mic on and off. That's a little shot at Elaine. She's had a lot of trouble with the mic at this point. So, yeah. Somebody sent Rip Van Runkle. Why were Amber Heard's attorneys flanking her? She a flight risk. I think they're just trying to show that they're all solidarity and so forth. Somebody says, if they don't show any other evidence tying JD to those statements, is there a chance the judge would grant a motion to dismiss? I think there is indeed a chance. So, yep. Somebody's asking, I'm not going to read that. That's just mean to Elaine in ways that are unfair. So, I mean, Elaine, you may not have to like her, but that one was a little over the pale. At the Canadian border, CBSA, where are you going, sir? Runkle, to bed. Not inaccurate. They basically were like, so what is the purpose of your trip? And I'm like, I am returning to Canada and I am dead tired. I am just going home to sleep. And he said, basically, welcome home. Have a safe trip. So, yeah. Jasmine Ali said, I really think it's Amber running the show and forcing her lawyers to do this. It just doesn't make sense. I 100% agree. That absolutely does seem to be the case. Courtney asks, new sub to both your channels. What was the jury's reaction when the UK deposition tapes were played? I unfortunately wasn't there for most of that. So that unfortunately I could not see. So yeah. Somebody saying, when is Lumber going to debunk makeup? I don't think Lawn Lumber is going to put on makeup. How many times did they say Amber Turd? Lots. They got to say Amber Turd lots in front of the jury, and that was a thing. Bomama 8 says, Amber Heard thinks she's the smartest person in the room. She does, and that is the worst kind of client. I give me a client who's a little nervous any day over somebody who thinks that they can fool everybody. Margaret Mahan says, I hate to think it, but could Amber Heard attorneys be trying to cause a mistrial with the testimony today from Walden? I don't think so. I think that they would be very unwise to provoke a mistrial intentionally. Darcy Sharon, everything Heard gained with Josh Drew was wiped out with today's disastrous testimony. Agree. I readjusted my odds of winning back in Depp's favor after that day. So, yeah. Jack Frisch had asked, doesn't counsel get final say on witness depositions shown? Yes, they did not have to call those depositions as far as I know, and I have no idea why they did. Yeah. How much power does Amber have over who gets brought in? Like, can she force the lawyers to bring in witnesses or evidence that they don't want to? Yes, so long as what she's asking to do is ethical. They cannot suborn perjury or mislead the court. But if Amber Heard says, I want to call this witness, and it's a witness that is, that is not in their favor, then absolutely that is a thing. Sherry Lynn, don't call my relationship with Johnny Depp romantic. It was strictly sexual. Thank you. Someone sounds a little bitter. Yeah, she did come off that way, right? That was a funny moment. So yeah. Apple Jam said correct with regards to Minecraft servers. I was mentioning that, like, even if you're just on a Minecraft server, it's entirely possible that you'll hear about this trial. So it came up on mine. Somebody's asking, what time does court start and end tomorrow? I believe 9 a.m. And that's Eastern time. Just looking here, a lot of super stickers, which I'm not really going to read here just because we are so far behind. Wouldn't they have to show the entire deposition in order to show what they wanted to show? The editing confused me. So a bunch of people had questions about this because if you're watching those video depositions, there's a lot of really janky edits. And the reason for those janky edits is that they will have gone through that and basically trying to see what, and cut out everything that's inadmissible. So sometimes you'll see them start to go up and then it cuts out. They've cut out the objection and they've also cut out whatever, was there. So that is a whole thing there. All right. Do you think Amber Heard's team could be trying to pique the jury's curiosity of numbers to try and disqualify any of the ones they feel are disinterested? Maybe. I don't see that they'll have much grounds to disqualify somebody. Suke Smith had asked who was coughing. Johnny Depp's driver was coughing a little bit, and also some other people. But yeah. Somebody asking what time am I on? I'm on Mountain Time, so it is currently 7:43. Jody K, your mods are begging you for a 30-second chat delay. I think I've got that turned on now. So hopefully slow mode is on. So, yep. Yes, Runkle, to the person who asked about antisocial personality disorder, you need to have been diagnosed with conduct disorder as a child to get an ASPD diagnosis. Yeah, and I'm not as big a fan of ASPD. ASPD basically describes a ton of people who are the rate of ASPD and people being in prisons is so high that it's basically just an overlap. It doesn't provide us with a whole lot of useful information. Psychopathy is actually a much more useful construct, and that's Dr. Hare's work there. Nikki Real, how did they react to Amber Turd? That was hilarious, and that was pretty entertaining. Someone is asking how to sign up for line holding. That should be stickied in the chat. Can you guys see the sticky there? If so, then that's how you sign up. So yeah, that's where you go for that. I'm just checking to see if it's still. Yep, it's pinned. So right at the top, there's the pin. Check that out. What about today's witness that said he was watching the trial? I mean, that's not a great thing, right? Mike Hat says, got to take a big Amber right now. I feel like the things that are gonna come up there. Just looking here. Twitter expert confessed to watching. What happens? Nothing. He's an expert. He can watch the trial. So yeah. Pete Shoemaker, being an expert on operating system kernels means nothing in terms of being able to analyze social media statistics. Yes, he could gather the data versus Twitter APIs, but so what? 100% agree. I probably would have challenged his qualifications, to be honest. I would have lost because the judge is going to think that, judges tend to think that if the guy is qualified on computers, he's qualified to do anything on computers. But yeah, I disagree with what happened there. But ultimately, his evidence ended up being crap. So Kayla Webb, I do applied statistics for social media and online ad campaigns. There are normal tests to ask, how does this number affect that? Or how does this hashtag affect that? That he just didn't use. And that is correct. I don't think he actually knew any of that. He was the wrong guy to ask about this. So, yeah. Purple Kirby, I didn't understand the expert with the computer thing. I have to say it was weird. And I still believe that Johnny Depp team made the cross super good. I think that was a weak cross up until the last 45 seconds of it. The last 45 seconds of it was that was a weak cross by a very good lawyer. And what I mean by that is that the lawyer was getting bogged down in the technical aspects because he didn't have the technical background in order to deal with it, and he was getting played a bit by an expert who had a better technical background. And that is a thing that happens because as lawyers, you can't be an expert in everything. But where you see him being fantastic was that when he was having trouble, he was able to drop an absolute bomb on that, and then and then got out. But what I would have liked him to see is basically him saying, "Listen, you'd agree that your algorithm can't tell the difference between Amber Heard is a fraud and Amber Heard is not a fraud, right? Those two opposite statements get treated exactly the same by your search. Isn't that correct? Yes? Okay. And you'd agree that some people will use justice for Johnny Depp to confront people, to argue about this because they disagree with it. Yes? Yes. Okay. So your algorithm, the results of this are complete garbage. Yes? Well, either he answers yes and he's done, or he answers no and and he still looks like an idiot. I mean, I think that he could have done better on that aspect and then still dropped the bomb about justice is a good thing, right? Yeah, I think so too. Boom, done. Everybody's happy. So that's kind of my thoughts on that. I actually think that they could have gone through all of that. They would have had access to all of the tweets that he was using as the basis for his data. And I mean, I think that they really could have hammered him on, like, what about this tweet? You're flagging this as negative, and you're flagging this as negative. You'd agree that your algorithm is flagging. Yeah, I think that is, they could absolutely have trashed him. So they didn't. I thought that was, I described it on Twitter as like watching somebody be served a delicious steak and eat only the garnish, and I kind of stand by that. There was so much there to rip into him about, and they didn't. That said, that bomb he dropped on the end probably means it doesn't matter. That was a serious mic drop moment. So yeah, that's kind of my take on that. So just looking here. So somebody's saying that they had a good idea for a logo for Rob. Hopefully they got one in on his earlier logo choosing thing there. So Mateus Santos says, guys, I really like you. I'm glad Alita provided the meetup, but I'm so glad that I got to know you. Runkle, we can see how committed you are. And Rob, we can also see how down to earth you are. So thank you very much. I'm seeing some questions here. Thoughts? Johnny wants Amber on the stand to confirm he did not get her the Aquaman role and wants to sabotage her case so that she can blame others for the loss, ego decisions. I don't know why they're calling him, to be honest. I think they want to try to establish that he was behind those statements, and quite frankly, I think it's going to be a mistake. But they're going to make their calls there. So Amber thinks she can pull an OJ verdict, but forgets OJ had 30 years of people loving him before he went crazy. She's only been known as anything for 3 years, 5, and only by a few. I don't know what. I think she's just thinking that she's absolutely going to win this one. So, yeah. Somebody says, great. Dale Bernard sent me $50 in order to say, great work. Too bad you're from Edmonton. Oh, by the way, the Oilers went down hard last night. Lol. I appreciate some quality shit talking. That I'll give you points for that. But I'm not a hockey fan. So, okay, cool. So, yeah. Emily Baker excitedly points you out in the gallery. She also reveals your tweets during break. Thank you. So, yep, that is awesome. So somebody said, I expected they were bringing him to prove metadata, but no, that's actually what I thought too when I first heard him getting up there. I thought that they might be getting him to establish some things about metadata and so forth. Tom Skinner asked, would you describe the judge as being a steady presence? Is she expressing things with her body language? She does have some tells. She tends to talk to the side that is going to lose the objection argument more than the other. So the direction she's facing tends to be a bit of a tell. But she is a very steady presence. She is trying to sort that out there. Martin K sent $50 saying congratulations on 100,000 subscribers. And Schnell's Unix specialty is not related to what he was testifying about. Agree with that. And he did not create Unix. Someone on panel said he did. And teach Joe Good Logic how to say "hey" like a Canadian. He failed in his May 15th video. That's pretty funny. So, yeah. So just looking here. Incelsior says, spot on, Runkle. That cross blue-balled me hard. I'm guessing that's of the expert. And yeah, that was kind of a thing there. So Kayla Webb, who remember was the person who had previously sent a super chat about doing Twitter analysis, says, but you can tell the difference with sentiment analysis, which is an AI technique that tells you how positive or negative a tweet is. I don't understand why he didn't. This is a technique I used as a 2017 intern. I suspect it's because he's not an expert in this and didn't actually check that. Somebody asked, will Washington Post have to remove the op-ed if Johnny wins this defamation trial? I don't think so, but they would probably be wise to do so anyway. So, yep. Just looking here. Somebody, Mateus Santos says, oh, please change the name of the channel from Runkle of the Bailey to Runkle with Alpacas. I appreciate the sentiment, but you don't get many channel change names. So that is, that is not going to be a thing, but I appreciate that. Darcy Sharon, Amber Turd was trending on Twitter all day. Yeah, why would you open that up? It's why would you give their lawyers an opportunity to say that? Bev says, I could not believe her own legal team did that to her. I suspect she did it to herself. So that is, that's just a weird thing there. I just don't understand that one at all. Farah Saucer said, those hashtags will be even more popular now because they brought them to attention in court. Absolutely. Yeah. So Here for the Truth said, you think Amber Heard team thinking F let her drown herself? Kind of. I mean, they have no other real option than to let her screw her own case if that's what she's doing. Matthew Tibbs says, how can you call your testimony and analysis unbiased when you strip out the vast majority of the data? That data isn't a false positive. So that's with regards to that expert. And yeah, that expert was not very good. Yeah. Terry Zaleski, good job tonight. My favorite part today was when agent said bad press impacts movie contract potential. Lobbed that right to Depp's team. Yeah, absolutely. That was something that the jury might take either way. So appreciate your insight and lack of rest. Amber Turd, did the jury lose it when the lawyers kept repeating the tag? I think there was some smirking. Not so much losing it, but, some smirking. So Edvin Begari asking, question, are you the Witcher guy? No, but if they ever need a cameo from some rent, if they ever need a walk-on extra, I got the hair. I would totally do that. During the trial, the experts said sample size is 2,000. One needs to have an idea of the population size to say that 2,000 is statistically significant. Missed opportunity. Yep, that is absolutely a thing they could have attacked, but 2,000 is probably a sufficient sample size given things, but I can't say for that. Courtney Hicks, can you explain white noise machine? I've wondered how no one hears the sidebar. Where's the machine? Is it turned on and off? So the machine there's speakers all through the ceiling, and those are used to play things like the deposition transcript, like when the deposition videos are being played and so forth. But when they're doing the sidebars, those things are blasting white noise out. And white noise, if you don't know what that is, think of turning on an old, tube TV, which only works if you're old like I am. White noise is basically just a loud fuzz, and it's really effective at wiping out sound. Although I really wish that they'd switch it over to pink noise. Pink noise is just about as effective as wiping out sound, but is also much more pleasant on the ear. So pink noise would have been much better, but yeah, that is a thing. Karen G. hints on how jury reacted to mention of the hashtags. They were amused. Blythe Burke, are either of you going to be in the courtroom next week? I'm going to be in Thursday, Friday. So that is sort of a thing there. I'm just looking here. If the police actions were corroborated, they let his lawyer explain the hoax. All the others were meh, and they showed how Johnny Depp the public support was. Was this incompetence or what? P.S. hashtag would daddy Rob. Yeah, I don't understand what was going on there. They presented all sorts of things that you could not present to the jury otherwise. You can't normally tell the jury, listen, the public really is in favor of my client. You can't normally tell the jury, listen, this person is being investigated for perjury elsewhere, and this lawyer we brought in thinks she's committed perjury. That would normally be something considered way too prejudicial to throw in front of a jury. Yeah. Tara Rayner also still waiting for my pics of you guys with the alpacas and their pirate attire. I should post more of those to Twitter because I got a few more of those. So yeah. What's his hashtag Amber Turd? That is going to go down in history. You bet it is. Bringing Elon for the rebuttal of the Twitter expert. They're not bringing Elon. He's staying the heck away from this. And yep. Karen Stusek said, great work today. I also love the fact that the more tired Runkle becomes, the thicker the Canadian accent. I'll have to check that out. I had not noticed. So Mickey Duff, have either of you fired a client because they were rude to you? I'm thinking about the prenup lady who said that Johnny was rude to her. I have fired clients for being rude to my staff. I have fired clients for being rude to my assistants. If they're rude to me, I can usually talk them down from that, but I don't put up with people being rude to like the support staff and so forth. That is not that's not okay. And yeah, so are they setting up that everyone protects Depp? I think this is what they're doing, but they're doing it very insanely poorly. If so, they are really backfiring that, because they are um, they're really setting up the possibility that the jury is going to look at all of these sort of grifters that were in the penthouses and think that they were protecting Amber and protecting their own grift. So Marlena K8, EB wanted her 5 minutes to gripe about being ghosted. It certainly felt like that. Just looking here. Paula Racino said, is it just me, or did all the witnesses today have no point? Did you think the jury will even consider the video depots in their determination? I think they will consider them. I think that they will actually consider them in favor of the Depp team, because a lot of the things that were in those video depositions were real bad for Amber. I don't know why they were played. I really don't. I think it was a tactical blunder. And yeah. So I see Ophelia the Fair saying, Henry Cavill to play Runkle in the movie about LawTube. That would be highly entertaining. And I could not ask, like, that's unfair in the sense of like unfairly generous to me. So yeah. So this is a good question. How does the court reporter hear what is going on at the sidebar to transcribe the contents if the white noise is playing? I believe she's got earphones that will pick up the mic right by the judge's desk and so she can ignore and basically block out a lot of that. Necrotic, when it comes to statistics, 2,000 samples are more than enough to represent even entire populations. Problem is, it needs to be random, not just him pre-selecting it. I agree with that, depending on the size of the population, and depending on whether there's skew in it or not. So yeah, that is 2,000 is actually a big, really, really big sample size. So that I'd have to actually run the numbers on it. I used to do all that, some of the squares and all of that, statistical significance and so forth, power analysis and all of that. But been a long time since I've done that. And if I was stuck back in undergrad statistics again, my prof would yell at me. So yeah. So just looking here. That one I'm not going to read because it's people wanting to know if Rob is single. Yeah. So Paula Ursino, when therapist was talking, JD was holding his heart and bouncing his hand. My heart was breaking for him so hard. Did you notice? I see Johnny Depp's back from where I'm sitting. Like, I can't see his face. So that is, that's something you guys get to see better from home. So if you're going there to see Johnny Depp and, you're going to get an actual better view of him from the screen. Yeah. So Bree Roffelson, this is a donation, not a pledge. Thank you very much for the $5 there. Mel B, don't you lens check these depots before trial? You would think you would watch them and go over them. I don't know why they played them, but they did. Fanta H, why would you need a lawyer to review the article to make sure it's not defamatory if it's not about a particular person? Right? It had the feeling of like, we knew it was defamatory and then we wanted to file off the serial numbers, and that's kind of a thing. So yeah. How did the late jury react to the person who kept saying Johnny Depp was unprofessional because he was late? We don't know which one was late. They never told us. And yeah, so I don't know. Somebody said, quick question, not sure if I missed it, but going into next week, do we know how many hours, minutes each time has left? We totally do. 8 hours for Amber Heard's team and 18 hours for Johnny Depp's team. So that is a tremendous tactical advantage. That is huge. They can run down the clock and then just clown them. So yeah. Alacat saying Runkle getting spicy. I like Tired Runkle. We're getting towards Tired Runkle now. I'm a 51-year-old woman, and even I know Aquaman didn't make a boatload of money. I mean, it made decent money, but the money, like, I'm sorry, people were going there to see Momoa. That's it. If I want to see Amber Heard act, I got scrap lumber in the backyard. It acts about as well as she does. So, yeah. So Matthias Santos says she probably meant the best performing DC ever, but she actually said the best performing movie ever. Yeah, and it totally was not the best performing movie ever. It was. That was a weird thing. So Dylan T. Benchu is also a member of the same invitation only societies that douchey super lawyer, but he didn't waste anyone's time advertising it. Yeah, that was a weird thing there. So yeah. Yes, about Aquaman being the best movie. All we could find was it is the best grossing DC Comics movie, not close in any other category. Yeah, it was just yeah. So what do you mean Amber Heard was nominated for a Razzie for work as actress in Aquaman? Was she really? That's entertaining. So does Elaine being a bad lawyer? I don't think she's a bad lawyer. I think she's got a bad client. I think she's pretty decent. Open the door for Amber to sue her team. I think she's going to sue her team regardless. How common is it for clients to sue their teams, and what does it tend to look like? I have never been sued by any of my clients. So knock on wood, but so far I have had no suits and no law society complaints that went anywhere. I've never gone so far as an investigation on a law society complaint. I've had some complaints that were just immediately dismissed because they came from they had no basis whatsoever. So yeah. Just looking here. It's frightening that people just like Amber Heard are in charge of the Canadian government. Yes, that's probably a comment about Trudeau, but his hair is not quite as nice as hers. Just looking here. Somebody saying Runkle get Amber Heard braids for a live at 120K. Sorry, I missed it. Can't do the braids thing. Whoops, so bad. So Rob, you and DUI guy need to ask Ian about the alpacas and his fan club that recognized him leaving court. Yeah, that was interesting. I was hanging out. I saw the alpacas, and then when I went over to see where Johnny Depp was leaving, people shouted "Runkle," and I was kind of surprised by that. So that was one of these things I never expected to like. I didn't ever expect that I would have fans, and I still don't know how to deal with that. So, so Anthony Teo, 1993. Did the jury notice the emotional switch of Amber Heard depending on which team's questioning her? I feel like they can't help but notice that. That is so obvious. Mitchell Haraza Lazo says the most annoying thing I've seen Elaine doing is when she mocks JD's voice. So inappropriate. I agree. A lawyer should be above that, and that is not cool. So just looking here, because I was so tired, too busy says Runkle has bigger black eyes than Heard ever has in any of her evidence. I think I can see the bags developing at this point too. So that is a thing. It's been quite a time, and we're on 4 hours here. So and a lot of people commenting on my black eyes and on how they were going on there. Just looking here, just trying to find more questions here because there's a lot of comments. So Amber Heard's IMDb page has been hacked numerous times to read Amber Turd since the trial. That is hilarious. Donna S. Amber Heard's team has 8 hours left. How much will be left for rebuttal? Any major witnesses left for her? Well, apparently Johnny Depp. But if they run out the clock, they could be really into some trouble. Val says, so the jury couldn't look online, so they brought it straight to the jury, right? Like, you're trying to keep the jury from looking all this stuff up, and yeah. Drippy Thoughtsicle, can someone tell me why they have a computer genius there, but a talent agent is the one that testifies to bots and fake Instagram accounts? I don't know why she was allowed to testify to bots. And her evidence was, these are bots because I looked at them and they didn't look like real people, so they must be bots. Like, okay, what does a real person look like? Because I have, I've got a second Twitter account that I just use to follow things. And like nobody is following it because I've never posted a single message on it. I guess it would look like a bot, but it is totally a person. Yeah. So, not important. Will Amber get in trouble if she's proven to have committed perjury? You bet. That is a bad thing there. That, perjury is pretty serious, and a perjury conviction is a really, really bad aspect. So Deborah B. in the military has self-inflicted injury is a chargeable offense. Yep, because at that point the military has a good interest in, in your, your physical well-being. So Tamara's Bledsoe, don't forget when one of Amber Heard's lawyers kept calling her a C word in the beginning on the cross-examination of Johnny, or maybe the one that was on a plane with him when he supposedly kicked her. I'm still waiting for them to find that flight attendant. So, yeah. Johnny Cows, my crew is already saying I got to go take an Amber turd instead of anything else for number 2. I mean, you can shorten that. Just say I got to go take an Amber. So, yeah. All right, just looking here. Lots of people saying get some sleep. A lot of people on the get some sleep. A few people saying for a bouquet for your wife. She's not actually big on flowers, believe it or not. She is. She sort of thinks that flowers are kind of like a thing to watch that you buy to watch die, which is kind of metal. But usually, if I'm getting her like flowers, it'll be plants that are alive. She prefers that, and then we can still watch them die because I'm terrible at that. But yeah. So somebody says, I doubt any of you will ever be at a trial again where there are alpacas. I would be very surprised if that was a thing. So, and Josh Vermillion sent $20 to say this is to go towards plane tickets for you being at closing arguments. I pledge another 500,000 over the next 2 years. Well, I appreciate all of that there. Just looking here. Danielle Peterson, I said I thought you were going to bed 2 hours ago. I have a tendency to do that. So just looking here. Somebody asks Runkle's story on hair. I started growing gray at like 15 or 16 and never stopped. And I think I've achieved it at this point. So yeah. Unless there's some sort of, Amica cream equivalent for hair, I'm not willing to dye it because once you dye it, you are committed. You pretty much have to keep dyeing it. And yeah, I'm just gonna rock the white hair. That seems like the way to go. So just looking here to see if there's further questions. We're kind of getting towards the end because I've been skipping over the stuff that is just sort of comments towards me. Paula Rose, would JD's attorney think on his feet that fast to repeat the hashtag and know how much damage it would cause, or was that a wonderful mistake? Just kind of as a thing, anytime that they let you do that, it's kind of a guilty pleasure to be able to sort of mock the other witness with their own words. So I think that they were waiting for that, and I think they just enjoyed the heck out of that. Leanne G said bailiff blocking the side door today. I didn't notice that, but that's entertaining. So that is sort of a thing there. I see somebody saying merch made in Canada. Yeah, I don't know where to sort of find merch made in Canada. That is kind of a thing there. Just looking. Somebody saying you think a lawyer would take on her case for enough money. A lawyer will take on you'll find a lawyer to take on just about any case there. Mad Woman with a box, and she's got a TARDIS as her logo. says, Ian, for us non-moose people, can you explain how you got your name? It's kind of a nod to Rumpel of the Bailey, which is a great BBC series. It's a great book. You should check it out, read the stories. Lisa Timberlake, how about Jennifer Howell as final witness on rebuttal? I understand that's going to happen. So that is a thing. We'll just have a look here. People saying, get back there. So that is going to happen. But I got to be here for Tuesday. So Wednesday, I'm flying out at 5 a.m. at 55 minutes past midnight is when my flight leaves. I'm going to try to just sleep as we go, as the flight goes, and then get in line pretty much when I got there. Jane Brown, is it really possible her defense cost $6 million as she claimed? It is. I thought it was convenient to try to account not honoring her pledges to charity. I think it is entirely feasible that it cost that much. She might actually be getting a bargain on that. Sarah Marie, in the UK, you could be prosecuted for not making a payment to charity after you've pledged. That seems strange. Boho Explorer asks, Runkle, will you marry me? No, I am already married, and yeah. So that is not going to be a thing. I am sorry. Hafka says U.S. won't extradite for perjury. That doesn't surprise me. The U.S. is reluctant to extradite its own people. And yeah. So in Virginia, if found guilty, she can be forced into bankruptcy in order to pay the judgment. That would be hilarious. So that, yeah, I mean, just the enforcement on all of that could really ruin her whole day. I think she's going to spend, I mean, depending on how this goes, she might not ever drink another $500 bottle of wine. So that, oh, so sad. That I'm sure she'd find that to be a hardship, but she might have to drink like the rest of us peasants and just stick to the $20 bottles of wine and that sort of thing. So now I'm just looking here. I'm just I think I've sort of skimmed through, and I'm sorry I couldn't read everything. However, I think I'm caught up at this point. So I have turned super chats and super stickers back on. So you guys have a limited window here if you want to keep me from going to sleep. So I see, what impact does it have on the jury when they leave court and see all the Depp supporters? I don't know. Hopefully they're ignoring that because they're supposed to ignore that. But how could you ignore that, right? I mean, but you got to think about it this way, right? If the jury at this point is convinced that Depp is the victim and that he's been wronged, then it's going to reinforce their notion. If the jury is convinced that Amber Heard has been wrong and that she is the victim there, then that would probably steel them to think that there should be extra funds there. So that is kind of, that's kind of a thing there. So, somebody who's saying she's who is that coughing constantly in the courtroom? That seems to me to have been Johnny Depp's driver, but he wasn't the only person. There were some other people there. Will Canada ban her if she's convicted in the UK and Australia? Quite possibly. Canada does not like to do all that. Imagine Runkle running away with Amber in the super chats after the trial. God, no. I will, having had some bad relationship stuff myself, there is no way. Yeah, not for all the alpacas on the planet. Mr. Madik, $2. Amber drinking boxed wine makes me smile inside. Yeah, that kind of would be a thing, right? Necrotic, does JD's team have to announce the rebuttal witnesses ahead of time? If so, by when? I'm not actually sure. I think that they don't have to put them on their list of witnesses, but yeah. Do you think Amber is going to turd on herself if found guilty? No, I mean, she might. If I was Elaine, I wouldn't let Amber near my bedroom, but that is, I guess, the thing. Wendy's Cafe. If UK bans her, she will get banned in all the British colonies. There's 63 of them. Canada does actually follow our own laws, so but Canada also tends to really keep people with a criminal record out. We have like no sense of humor. So, Dolly, what do you like about Canada? Is Tim Hortons a must for a first-time visit? Not anymore. Tim Hortons used to be better. Tim Hortons has, from what I understand, keep in mind, I'm not a coffee drinker. I'm reporting from people who do, but they say that Tim Hortons has really fallen down. So yeah, there's better places to go for both donuts and coffee, from what I understand. Plutonium Praxis, thank you, Mrs. Runkle of the Middle Earth Runkles. So there's that. How did the jury react to Amber's acting coach saying that she has difficulty crying when acting? There were some definite people who lifted their heads to look up at that. How well known is Ben Chew in the legal world? Can you describe the role of the head lawyer? I don't know how well known Ben Chew is because I live in a different country. So, I mean, he may have a really great reputation where he is, and he should absolutely have a really good reputation. But yeah, head lawyer, somebody's got to organize things. Somebody's got to decide who does what and, sort of run the show in that aspect. I suspect he's doing a ton of heavy lifting and, that's going to be a challenge for him. So, yeah. Do the outcomes of the objections and the depositions change depending on whether it's for Amber Heard or for rebuttal? I'm not sure what this question means. An objectionable comment or a question is objectionable regardless. So, Squid K, have you tried La Poutine in Edmonton? One of the owners is from Quebec and they get cheese curds shipped out too. It's too late for me to do that right now. Otherwise, I might be saying goodbye. I'm going off there, but I will try them. Runkle, you are serving me mad scientist legal force to be reckoned with, and I love it, lol. Well, thank you. Bev Weber, Gildan Calgary for Canadian merch. Check it out. Watching you from Rocky Mountain House, Alberta. I'll try to check those guys out. Hogue at 98.1K. Let's go 100K. Yes. Absolutely. That is a thing that should happen. Can I promote Hogue again? I will promote Hogue till the end of days. Mindy T. Runkle, don't feel bad about not answering all super chats. I've seen many streams answering only interesting or pertinent questions for everyone's interest. Thank you 500 times is boring. Well, fair enough. I just, if people are contributing, I kind of feel like that is a thing that I should, yeah, I appreciate it. So, Jess V, did I hear about Amber's juvenile record and speculation she committed vehicular manslaughter? I have heard of that, but I don't know any of the real details. So I'm just trying to star some super chats here just so I can. My chat is moving real fast here, so I'm just having to try to catch them all. It's kind of like Pokemon here, but just I should try to figure out a way to sort of find a minion for this. Can Amber Heard get away with faking an illness to get out of showing up this week? That is a very dangerous game because if you get caught by the court faking and screwing around like that, look up what's happening with Alex Jones. The court does not like that. How would you protect your client tomorrow if you were JD's counsel? I would be ready and hot on the objections if they start getting into anything that relates to privilege. And I suspect they're going to be sitting there half out of their chair, just ready to go. Mary Snyder, thank you. Marilyn Gardner, do not like that they have to, or that they don't have to be there for the verdict. How's that even allowed? Normally, and I say this from the Canadian experience, normally you have to be there for, when evidence is being called and so forth. But they've been given permission by the judge to not be there for the verdict. So I don't mind that. I think that's actually probably going to reduce the media circus aspect of things. Can juries award more than the amount sued for? I understand in Virginia that they can't, but I'm not 100% certain on that. The Flynn, why didn't JD team begin bringing in Amber Heard X with DV charge as a witness to her violent behavior? That might happen, but she might not be available for various reasons. Thank you so much, Runkle, for your time and dedication. Can't wait to see you back in court Thursday. Can't wait to be there. Did you catch Turdberger say Johnny wrapped raw meat in her nightgown Dr. Kipper gifted her in the Australian incident? Isn't that weird on so many levels? I mean, I would be a little annoyed if I found out that my wife's doctor had, we go to the same family doctor, so that would also be extra weird. But if I found out that he was giving her lingerie, that would be a thing. I would have a bit of an issue with that. TAK, Tragos suit is for 50 million plus, not 50 million, meaning it's a total of 150 million JD is suing for. Agree? I'm not sure. I'll have to check in on that. Should Depp's attorneys show that Johnny has a real life and is not just drinking, drugging, and beating up Amber every day? Like show when he's in meetings, on set, traveling, on tour with band. It's hard to do that and remain in the land of relevance, because the other side can certainly object to it being relevant if you're just, talking about Johnny Depp not doing stuff. So, yeah. Stop with the stupid nightgown. It was on a registry and Kipper bought it, paid, and had it shipped. Still weird. So, yeah. There's plenty of things I wouldn't buy off a registry myself. What is your opinion on Kate Moss testifying? It'll depend on what she has to say, but it might well be an interesting thing there, especially given that they've sort of suggested that Kate Moss was abused. She can come up and say, no, I wasn't. So, yeah. Did the past couple of days of witnesses make you think rebuttal had already started as well? I've been so confused. Yeah. I spent a lot of that time wondering what the heck was like if I was in backwards land. So, yeah. Somebody says, please share your life secrets on functioning with minimal sleep. You just keep going. That's pretty much it. I've got attention deficit. I got a bad back. Minimal sleep is sort of how I've been rolling for my whole life. Yeah. Southern Mama, your commentary is fantastic. You explain legal jargon in a manner that us laypersons can understand. Found you via Emily D. Baker, love from Northeast Arkansas. Thank you very much. That is what I aim to do. I try to share the law with everyone else. Edgar Runkle, winter look is unique. Well, thank you. Love your work. Thank you from EDB. Thank you. David L. Hamilton, is it true you'll be mounting a pirate-headed attack alpaca and riding into court in your magic cloak? No, that is just a rumor. Grimworks, but keep spreading it. Grimworks, having been punched in the eye and suffered stitches and blood in the eye, can you tell us how the jury is gauging all this physical abuse? I can't tell because they might be saying that this is like real serious, and they might be super skeptical. If there's anybody on the jury who's done sports and actually had or been in a fist fight and actually had a broken nose, then that would be a thing. Odds of jury nullification, so emotionally charged. I don't think the jury can nullify in this circumstance because that would basically require them to, I guess they could theoretically, but really there's just room for them to find things, through the law. So I don't think that that's really going to be a thing here. It's all speculation about what happened when she got her license suspension. Her juvie record is sealed. No one can get those unless it's for something serious like a serial killer. Yeah, we're just not going to know. I really hope this trial cancels cancel culture. Don't get your hopes up. Brian Driscoll, Runkle, if you need a mod with all these new subs, I can help. I'm an admin for CCFR Facebook group and would be an honor to help. Let me just see if I can find Brian. Done. All right. Runkle, you a 40K player? I do not make enough money to be a 40K player. If so, what chapter you play and enjoy? Cheers to a member of Amber Heard's hate list, like Nixon had. I walked into a Games Workshop at one point, and they were trying to sell me on playing 40K, so they sat me down, and I played this sort of sample game with them, and it seemed like fun. And then I asked sort of what this sample army cost, and they quoted me what it cost, and I was just, nope, we're done. It was not enough fun for like the $400 or whatever that it was going to cost. La Poutine is open till 10. Go get poutine. Uh, I should maybe do that. Why on earth would I think I'll cut this off fairly soon here, just also because I'm just dead tired. Why on earth would you call JD again? The jury had weeks to sympathize them, and they're like, here's the guy you really believe. I agree. All right. You're awesome, and I've enjoyed following you over the past week. What's one thing unexpected or off the wall you predict might happen this week? I mean, I can't predict the unexpected. It's I just wonder if Elaine's going to score on her own goal again. That seems to be a thing that I really didn't expect and has been happening there. Can LawTube do a video about the dangers of believe all women/men slogan? It's so harmful. It absolutely is, because the court process is supposed to be about, having a trial and determining what happened. What a lot of people seem to be calling for is unfair trials. And I got a problem with that. Just because somebody's accused doesn't mean that they've done anything. So yeah, thank you to Fearless there. Has JD's team blasted Amber's powder habit yet? She's been putting that on her own there. She's lied hard on that. Have doctor's notes about her addiction. She portrays JD as the drug fiend. I feel like the jury is skeptical of her claims on that. When Camille's asking her, like, hey, I don't see any lines that anyone did here, that's kind of like, yeah, isn't that a thing, right? There's residue that would be left behind. Michelle L. taking off Thursday and Friday to watch. Safe travels. I've subscribed to many of the legal. You're my favorite. Well, thank you. Seems that giving Depp's team a chance to cross him at this point is a bad trade-off for the very little they will possibly get from him on direct. I don't think they're even going to get anything on direct. I think they're going to get, get smashed on that. Chris Winans, why was I placed in timeout? I'm afraid I don't know. I've got a bunch of people I've sort of modded. I'm going to have to figure that all out here. Fellow Canadian firearm owner here. Runkle is the wizard. Godspeed. And Canadian flags with bangs. So thank you very much. How dissimilar are U.S. and Canadian law? Any big differences you have to remind yourself of when covering U.S. cases? There are some, one of the big things is just the rights aspects are very different. But that's sort of a thing that comes up in criminal cases. And so that is kind of a thing that you got to pay attention to, because the effect of a rights violation is very different here in Canada than it is in the States. So yeah. All right. Just thank you for the super sticker there. Just Nisa Renee, hi Runkle. Did you see that the ice cream picture has a bruise kit in the background? Interesting. I don't know for certain if it is. I want to find that out. I kind of want to check on that. So I've seen some pictures on that. I just want to do some more research, because that seems way too convenient. And I mean, the world sometimes serves up that kind of thing, but I can't say for certain. I got to do more digging into it. JD gets on the stand. Can they come up with evidence that is not presented before? For example, pictures from the Australia accident? Potentially. Those on the meat in the gown, it's her analogy of the bloody towels left from his finger. She's dwelling in that satisfaction. That's just such a weird account. I keep hearing about bringing in Kate Moss. Is she on the witness list? No, but I think they can bring in new witnesses for rebuttal. So what are the rules for bringing in new witnesses and evidence during rebuttal? I think that's pretty freewheeling. I'm donating $9.99, not pledging. I appreciate that. When a lawyer struggles with their questions, like Elaine with Amber's redirect, can another lawyer from the team step in and continue? Not usually. From what I understand, it's sort of a one horse, one rider thing. In Canada, we can sort of trade out a little more, but I think here they're sort of stuck with she's got to figure it out or not, and that is kind of what it is. So we'll just sort of go from there. You working tomorrow? It's a holiday. I actually have to check. I got to check that tonight. So, is breaking a judge's publication ban dangerous? And is there a time limit on publication bans? Some publication bans have a time limit. Some publication bans are forever. And is it dangerous? You bet it is, because they can drag you in for contempt of court, and that can be a really big deal, like jail time, big deal. Super sticker, thank you. I'm going to bed, going to listen to Audible OG To Kill a Mockingbird to prepare for an unfavorable jury verdict. Yeah, I mean, that is still a possibility, so people need to brace themselves on that. Lizzie Dalton, this will be controversial, but when Amber Heard did not have JD to abuse, did she go after her mother and drive her crazy? No info on cause of death. Very sad indeed. I don't know, and I can't speculate on that. I got no idea. It's possible, but also, like, I got nothing to say that it is. Oops. I think the only way Amber team can win is they move their chair to the other side. Yeah. What type of law do I practice? I do criminal defense and firearms law. I've heard you mention the Crown. Is that the equivalent of prosecutor? Yep, Crown prosecutor, or Crown lawyers represent the government here. So nominally, we are ruled by the Queen, although in practice, the Queen doesn't do anything here in Canada. But yeah, so that's why we call them Crown prosecutors. Wishing you the safe travels and sleep. Thank you. How do you manage keeping focused on the jury reactions? It must get overwhelming in the courtroom. I'm a psychologist with ADHD, and it takes a lot of brain power to focus on people's nonverbal communication/reactions. It's easier when I'm not talking to them, because that's sort of a thing that can sort of set off the attention deficit wandering. But it's also that I am super tired. And in some cases, the only way I can stay awake is by just locking on to the jury. And so in some ways, being exhausted is a help there. I hope the jurors don't have or get PTSD from Amber Heard staring. I would have nightmares. I mean, jurors getting PTSD from court things is a thing that happens, but usually that's from testimony or exhibits, pictures, that kind of thing. I can mod. I currently mod 4+ channels. Just trying to track everyone down here. Modding is actually kind of hard to assign. I'm going to have to sort all that out later. So yeah, I've lost the comment, so it is what it is. All right. Some people say UK Sun trial proved Amber is a victim. I never had a chance to review that trial. Was that even a real trial? It was a real trial, but I disagree with some very profound things on that. And it looks like some of the evidence that they relied on very heavily has since been shown to be false. So, like, he relied very heavily on Amber Heard having donated the money, and that doesn't appear to have actually happened. Johnny is fine. He just has to keep telling the truth, and that can't hurt him. They're reaching to find anything. Yep. And assuming that we're, all in agreement that he seems to be telling the truth, it is very difficult to shake a truthful witness. If you get up on the stand if you have to testify, being impeached sucks. It is one of the worst things that happens to people, and it is a lot less likely to happen to you if you are a truthful witness. So tell the truth. Could Winona Ryder be a witness, since she's also an ex? That would be an oh my god moment if she did. Potentially. I don't know what she'd have to say. Proud of you from Texas Tooth Fairy. Cheers to your wife allowing us to pick your brilliant brain. She is fantastic. Hi, who makes the decision as to which 2 jurors will be released before decision? That'll be done randomly. So unless there's a reason to exclude a particular juror, they will randomly do that. Runkle of the Bailey is the wizard of the law world. Godspeed. All right. So I think we are at this point as caught up as we're going to be, although I see there's a super sticker there. So thank you. I am going to wrap this up here. I am really tired. I am really, it's been 4.5 hours of discussion here. So yeah. I see somebody noting here that they've been a witness in a trial in the USA. You have to be very precise and truthful in what you testify. Absolutely. So, yeah. Anyway, thank you guys for coming on. I really do appreciate you guys. You guys are fantastic. Um, as I really appreciate the outflowing of support I've seen here, and I'm going to try to make sure I get in for the Thursday and Friday court proceedings. That might be a little hairy. I'm going to do what I can. You'll see in the pinned comments there is a sign up sheet for line sitters, because if I'm in Thursday, I'm going to need a line sitter for Friday, just so that I can possibly maintain some sanity. Yeah, really appreciate all of you guys. It's been a thing, and I hope to keep providing sort of commentary here as we go. There's a whole lot of things going on in the world, and yeah, I really appreciate the opportunity to share them with you guys and to try to sort of increase people's knowledge of the legal system. I know that there's a lot of times when people look at the court system and they feel frustrated, and often that's because the media and so forth is having a lot of a difficult time, or just not interested in presenting things in sort of a way that increases people's knowledge. So that is what I hope to do, is to really share. I love the law. I love sharing that love of the law with other people. So, all right, I'm going to sign out here and talk to you guys soon. Bye for now.